Alors, bonjour à tous et toutes, autant vous qui êtes dans la
Good morning, everyone. For everyone who is in the room and those joining online, I hope you had a great evening, that you are now in good shape. Today, we have a wonderful roadmap, both literally and metaphorically. I'd like to remind you that today is May 1st, the National Day for Workers. So we're going to work today for the second day of our symposium. This morning, we start with a plenary, and we will focus on our technical roadmap for targets 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8. This will be facilitated by one of the co-chairs, Ibrahima Koulibaly, who is going to come forward. We have first a presentation of technical roadmap from Geneviève Parent, the other co-chair. Then a presentation on the consultation outcomes leading to the revised technical roadmap for the symposium, and presentation of the new technical roadmap. This will be done by Agnes Bernis-Fontenot from FAO. And then there will be a presentation of the main elements and priorities discussed per target. So we have several facilitators joining. I won't name them all. And then there will be a Q&A. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this morning's plenary. As it was said, we're going to talk about roadmaps. When we talk about a roadmap, it means we know where we're headed. I think this will allow us to go far. We had great discussions yesterday with questions that were asked. So we're focusing on the efforts for management, sustainable management of biodiversity, the challenges that we're facing, and policies and instruments that we need in order to materialize these goals. And we had some group sessions with what we called targets a bit earlier. This allowed us to go a bit deeper with some pilot projects. I think all of these conversations allowed us to acquire a lot of knowledge, a lot of information about the wealth of what the various stakeholders do with regards to this crucial question of stopping biodiversity erosion and allow sustainable management of biodiversity, what is left of it, and to have a balanced dialogue. This is the question that we have at hand, and the complexity stems from the fact that we can't focus on such a crucial element if we don't give each stakeholder their appropriate role and responsibilities. Okay, so now I'm going to invite Miss Parent, who is going to start us off with the technical roadmap. You have the floor. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being back in such great numbers. I was asked this morning to tell you about the famous roadmap. This is one of the outcomes from the symposium that we are looking to achieve in order to implement the global framework for biodiversity with the agricultural sector stakeholders. As Mr. Koulibaly was saying, we had some context yesterday with our introduction plenary about international commitments that are a focal point for everyone here. We're talking about the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and its 23 targets. We did hear that this global framework can't be apprehended by itself in isolation. It must be understood within the ecosystem of various international agreements. It's fairly clear to me from all interventions that we heard, whether at the roundtables or during the parallel sessions, it is sometimes difficult to know exactly what is biodiversity loss versus what relates to climate change, where to draw the line. One affects the other, and sometimes on the field, it's difficult to decide what is categorized as one or the other. So it's important to have a consistent approach when we talk about these issues. We had an invitation from an ambassador from the Netherlands to really look at these targets and really crystallize them into concrete action. We are the ones to act on that. And of course, between us and other stakeholders, the states have to act. There are various fora where the agricultural sector stakeholders must be heard as well. So the technical roadmap is here, of course, for implementing the global biodiversity framework, but also to increase engagement of farmers for all the targets that are relevant to the agricultural sector. So whether internationally or nationally speaking or in the field, we need to take into account the realities of the sector in order to have concrete avenues that will be effective. This is why we the committee, thought about this roadmap. We tried to make it simple, and it focuses on 3 questions. These are the ones that we'll repeat through all the sessions today. So highlighting ongoing efforts in the agricultural sector by farmers themselves. So what are the good practices in order to promote them? We also want for this roadmap to be a witness of the concrete challenge that farmers face in fleshing this out. I know I'm repeating myself, but again, the idea is to have concrete and effective actions. And finally, we want to present priorities in order to face the challenges that we will have identified. So this is the roadmap now. The piloting committee and the member organizations and partner organizations came together and thought about these 3 pillars and gave some structure to the roadmap. The roadmap was then presented to the expert committee who supported us through programming that we have for our symposium. I want to take the opportunity to thank them for their precious and valuable support. I won't name them all, but you have the list of the members of the expert committee on our website. So I thank them warmly for all their feedback about our roadmap. So following our engagement with the expert committee, we proceeded with an international consultation through the Global Forum on Food Safety, Food Security with the FAO. This is a multilingual forum that allows stakeholders to contribute to this international discussion. This is a very prestigious forum, so we were very happy to be able to share the roadmap and to get feedback from many different countries and from various stakeholders. Agnes is going to tell us more about this in a few minutes. This was online for about 1 month in February, and it allowed us to gather some comments about best practices, challenges, and courses of action to address these challenges. So a first investment session was done from the feedback we've received. Mr. Caron, I don't know where he is sitting this morning, but he mentioned yesterday in his remarks that UPA had in February an event on agroecological practices. And he said that a declaration was adopted from UPA, also the Farmers Union in Quebec, in order to proceed with adopting this new point of view for durability. So 250 people who attended, so mostly farmers, answered these questions. These were also taken into account. So we've been here since yesterday in order to continue fleshing out this roadmap in order to put structure to all these reflections, and we're hoping to generate a document that is simple, effective. Of course, this is a challenge because we did receive a lot of feedback, very varied and rich feedback, but we're trying to achieve a document that is fairly concise and, of course, useful, that will be useful to stakeholders and decision makers and policymakers. So Mr. Pitou, myself, Mr. Koulibaly, we really invite you to participate very actively. You're welcome to participate during our exchanges, at the Q&A sessions, but also we are seeking your participation with the electronic tool. I forget the name right now, but we'll mention it again. So this is the feedback gathering tool that allows you to comments. Do know that students are in the room and they're taking notes about what is being said, and the piloting or steering committee is also attending in order to really capture everything that is being said in order to then put together this roadmap, and it will be presented tomorrow. You did receive the working document yesterday. Hopefully you understand the process and things are clear. we want to make sure that it's clear that we need your feedback so that this document is really in harmony with field realities. Now we're going to hear Agnes, who's going to present a bit more details about the consultation and the results we've had so far with regards to our FSN, so Food Safety and Nutrition Global Forum. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Geneviève. I'm so glad to present this morning the contributions to our technical roadmap that we have gathered so far. One first version was organized and structured with the Laval University, the FAO, and a few others. This was submitted to the expert committee, who helped us a lot in adding quite a bit more. Then we went on a call for contributions and call for experiences about good practices and adaptive solutions in order to integrate biodiversity into agriculture. So as Geneviève said, this was put online on the Food Safety and Nutrition Global Forum. The members of the steering committee were seeking the lived experience and expertise of their network and that of the FSN Forum. These are farmers, farmer associations, academics, international organizations, the private sector. So quite a large network with a host of various stakeholders. We asked for their lived experience about the resources that exist and concrete solutions that allow us to integrate good practices and have more biodiversity in agriculture. So the zero draft that was produced was a reference for this call for contribution. A few words about the people who contributed. We had about 130 contributions so far, 81 forms that were filled out. So we had specific questions in the form, and then another 80 that were free-form type of feedback. We had 12 in French, 5 in Spanish, and the rest in English. This represented 41 different countries. This gives you a bit of an idea here of the gender distribution. Most were men, about 2/3. The rest were women. Now, the breakdown of contributions per affiliation. So this was self-reported, of course. Most came from civil society and NGOs and international organizations. Oops, sorry, a bit of a technical issue here. can't see the text anymore. Okay, so one moment, I can't. The text has vanished before my eyes. Okay, so we have universities, the government, the private sector, and then farmers in their contributions, then indigenous people and local communities that also contributed to this call for contributions. Now, for the analysis of the feedback, we were able to collect information about 67 countries. So the experience of all the contributors, so we had 41 nations represented, but these people gave information about a total of 67 countries. There were also more regional contributions, and in some cases, more global ones. Various questions were asked. We started with a general question about the respondents' experiences and projects. So they were just sharing what their experience was about biodiversity and agriculture. There were some more specific questions, and one of them was, who are the main stakeholders to take into account in order to integrate biodiversity into agriculture and implement a course of action that will be effective? So we sorted the results here according to the number of times that each were brought forward. So the first one was governments, then farmers and their associations, civil society, academics and research institutes, and the private sector. These were the stakeholders that were most often cited as important contributors. Then local communities and indigenous people, decision makers such as religious groups and conservation institutes, so those fall under the miscellaneous category. And of course, financial institutions. Then we went on youth, women, and other minority groups, consumers, international organizations, and the media. So the idea here was to take contributions from the farming sector, and we looked at if these respondents saw some stakeholders a bit differently. So, of course, we have farmers and farmer associations first, the private sector, civil society, and then academics. So, more or less, similar responses. Now, the call for contributions presented, as I said, a few more specific questions. These were there to present what we should have, what is already being implemented, what are the constraints that we face, and how we can move beyond them. We also had questions for the economic and political actions, what is implemented already, and how we can overcome obstacles. We had a lot of feedback on that, very varied feedback, also formulated in very different ways. So the work here was to categorize this feedback with looking at the various constraints. So again, these are sorted from the most often cited being on top. The very first constraint was knowledge, technical capacity, and training. This was the most often cited with all the respondents. The second constraint, the financial and economic category. Then the third one is inputs, infrastructure, equipment, workforce. And the fourth one was biophysical conditions, so climate change, etc., biodiversity, and genetic resources. Then we have two other groups that were cited. So the market, market incentives, etc. Then we have political will, conflicts of interest, resistance to change, then constraints that are more about the legislative framework, and then organization and cooperation. Then we had a third group of constraints that were cited fewer times. So communication, education, advocacy, socio-cultural elements, property issues that we've heard about yesterday, constraints about research and innovation, and more general constraints about poverty, political instability, and conflict. So again, we thought, okay, these are all the contributions. Now, if we focus with our farmer respondents, do we get similar results?
The contribution we have from the rural world says the same. Major constraint, training, knowledge, technical capacity, economical and financial inputs, infrastructure, labor, equipment. And then in fourth place, we have the vision, the political will, conflict of interest, and resistance to change. So this is basically what came out of these contributions from the farmers. A bit different from the general contributions. After that, we had ex aequo. We hear about constraints linked to institutions, organization, cooperation, collaboration, social-cultural, etc. And finally, at the end, we have conflict, poverty, political instability, ownership of lands, etc. Just to give you an idea, here you have a few examples of texts that we receive, that we extracted and that we put in these categories, so that sometimes has been translated, but this is what we got from these contribution. Implementation of respectuous practices, needing technical competences that we don't always have, adoption of technologies and management practices, simplification. There's a cost for the investment, and farmers have sometimes limited fundings and constraints, access to goods, inputs, technologies to transfer towards agroecological production systems. So this gives you an idea. We made a selection of all these contributions. We looked at everything that we received, and we got about 1,300 lines in Excel sheet with constraints, solutions, etc. So this is only a little sample of what we got. After that, we made the same exercise. We classified in these categories the actions and solutions that were proposed. There again, I'm going to give you the actions and solutions that appeared as most pertinent in all the contributions we got. First, really way up there, the solution comes from the organization, cooperation, and collaboration. And that was the most common answer. Second, training, knowledge, technical capacity to improve, strengthen the capacities. not only strengthening capacities, but because there's a part in this knowledge part that were meant to data collection, info from the ground, in order to have training sessions that would be adapted, technologies that are adapted, and to help us make good decisions. Third, in the solutions, we had communication, awareness, and defense, advocacy, but also we talked about make farmers more aware, and also to communicate and make more aware political decision makers and the population in general. Consumers on these issues of awareness appeared to be quite coherent in the contribution. We have to make people more aware. If not, decisions will not be made appropriately. And the fourth point regarding solutions that were most often mentioned were economical and financial, so financial support for farmers. There again, you have here the following categories for solutions and actions. I won't go into the details, but we have there again institutions, markets, biophysical conditions. Biodiversity, genetic resources. That meant we wanted to use biodiversity on the farm to better produce and to produce in a more adapted fashion. Also solutions, common infrastructure, research and innovation, also political vision that was clearly stated. So it's a different paradigm. It's a bit technical, but it was often mentioned that we have to change our paradigm. Our farmers, well, they say the same, basically, regarding the first solution anyway, regarding the implementation of these practices. First solution, the category is organization, cooperation, collaboration. Second category is for the solutions, financial support. Third, training, knowledge, technical capacity. And in this group, we also have the institutions. We need political support. We need institutional support. And finally, also, we had markets, incentives, vision, biophysical conditions, and land ownership. Here again, some examples of these solutions which were put forth. And there again, these texts are taken from the contribution, literally. The organization and collaborative groups is important to have more leverage. Setting up cooperatives can help funding in a collective manner. Implementation programs and educational campaigns targeting farmers on the importance of biodiversity and sustainable practices such as agroforestry, strengthening capacities to offer farmers training sessions adapted to their context to adopt the practices. Implementing follow-up systems regarding sustainable practices. And this I put there because mechanisms of follow-up were something that appeared in certain contributions with the indicators that we also found. Strengthening political support and institutional support and policies that will support farming with integrated to biodiversity. This gives you an idea of the quantity of contributions, ideas that we got. So how have we managed to integrate all that to the roadmap? Well, I wanted to show to you the components of this roadmap. So we took each of our categories. We looked at the tags to make sure that we had the right idea, and we tried to synthesize this information and to see where it would fit better. So we inserted it in the various components of the roadmap. I hope that a good amount of you have seen at least the 0 version of the roadmap. The version 1 has been distributed. I don't know if you have seen it yet, but version 1 that was distributed yesterday is the version with the integration of everything that I have just mentioned. So this is the plan. Interestingly, we also got contributions on how we could implement that. Some contributors had things to say regarding how to implement this roadmap. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very professional work that you have just presented to us. I think we have a lot of elements that came out from this consultation, and in my opinion, fit really well with the elements of the discussions that we had yesterday. I think that when we look at all the constraints, everything that we said yesterday totally fits with what comes out of this consultation. I think we are going in the right direction. I would like to ask to the reporter of the 3 groups who were working yesterday with us to come up here to the stage. Are you there? Hello. Hello. Welcome to you. Thank you for your presence and for the work that you have done yesterday in the 3 discussions that were carried out. So we had 3 groups yesterday. One worked on landscapes, mosaics of systems of farming methods. Another group on pollution. How can we reduce it? And the risk linked to the pesticides. And the third one is on resilience of farming production in the face of climate change. Who would like to start? You're all ready? We'll do that one. We'll give the floor to the first group who worked on mosaics. Landscapes and mosaics of agricultural production system. Thank you. In our group, we had Vincent Gates representing Siphon Craft, the Research Center on Forest and Agroforestry. And this group was organized with Madeleine, was co-chaired, co-facilitated by Madeleine. So we together will give you some results. We had 6 panelists, one group coming from representing producers and persons involved in the management of resources in Africa, Nigeria in particular. Michael Jeker, producer here in Canada, Madame Moda from Nigeria, Kirikake, head for environment in Haï in France, Felipe Videla from Brazil, from the government group, my colleague from Tunisia, and Philippe Gamin from the National Federation of Natural Parks, Regional Parks in France. So the topic was to look at what we could do regarding landscapes to favor the integration of biodiversity in agriculture. So the discussion was very rich, and some of the results fit quite well with the result that we just heard of right now. We talk about individual approaches of producers, of farmers, But in fact, the real question regarding scaling and maximizing the effects of the benefits of our work is we talk about target 1, 2, and 3. The dynamics of that is more top-down, and the emerging dynamics bottom-up that we have to create. So the question before us and the solution proposed regarding landscapes was to set up spaces, institutions, structures that would allow to regroup and to convince and to align the initiatives, there's often local initiatives, and to help them when they emerge. We have seen initiatives, for example, the role of women in the creation of new values chains in Nigeria or between generations. So how can we favor this emergence of these collective projects with various actors? Because we have the farmers, but all the other actors as well, who must also be aware of the role and the contribution of agriculture, of the targets of biodiversity. An important role also was mentioned with natural parks, regional parks in France, subnational structures. We know that that if we want to translate the objective of CBD at the subnational levels is very important. So we have an example of such associations. So if elected officials in France regrouping to create regional parks where these practices can be discussed and implemented. It's also linked to technical support, and it's linked also to the ownership of the solutions for the local representatives. Another point in the panel was the question of profitability. We just mentioned it again, coming from the consultation and the rewards. We have to give the means to producers to have an economic model that will allow us to reach the target, payment for ecosystemic systems. And we have a session later on the role of the scale of values. We had a question from the public, also role of distributors, role of consumers in the change and the promotion of practices. So we have to create win-win conditions for farmers, also regarding risk-taking, because targets will impose more constraints. We have to test, we have to try things, and farmers will do that. They are entitled to fail if sometimes they are instruments that could be adapted. Insurances, for example, could be useful. Last point, if I still have some time, was the question of the measure and indicators. We have to have cheap and simple indicators. We see that there are many practices, individual and collective, very varied, that are favorable regarding the results in biodiversity. In the panel, we had Michael Giquer here in Canada. He showed us how the best practices for farming work could allow us to reduce erosion and contributes to improve the life, for example, of fish in the lakes. So a simple indicator, the health of our fish. This is visible for all. Regarding a more complicated context, with France, Mr. Gamin showed that the indicator is the beauty of the landscape. Indicators that can be used for communication purposes. One of the important aspects was to make known, to make recognize the actions of farmers on biodiversity. So freedom regarding the means for action, how we can assess the results and show them. And in closing, it could also give ideas on the links with financial support. Mr. Videla showed how important it was to look for ways to value the natural capital in the operations or in the landscapes, so we could have a heritage-based approach. These lands could be better valued. What are the good indicators? What are the good, simple parameters that would allow this enhancement? And we have through funding or heritage tool. I don't know if my colleague is there, if she would like to say something to complete what I have just said. Yes, we will give her the floor. Bonjour. Hello, everyone. Yes, indeed. During yesterday and today, we worked on these aspects. I don't know where we're at exactly right now, but what is very important is that we reflected on certain ideas, and one of these ideas is the research aspect, transmission of knowledge. It is something that was mentioned, quite present during the day, yesterday. Very interesting ideas that we can mention. I think that at the beginning, there was the idea that we can say no to excessive consumption, something that brings us back to waste and overconsumption, and the definition of indicators also. There we had doubts as to what would be the best indicators, how to work with them, etc. So that's about it. Thank you very much for this compliment. Now, we thank you. First, we thank the representative of the first group. You pinpointed very important initiatives that we can find in the various territories where the real things are happening. We have to strengthen this level, this regional level, with a synergy. We want to mobilize elected officials if needed, because this is where the decisions are made. It's sometimes easier to change things at this level. And there is the necessity to have indicators, follow-up systems to show the efficiency of everything happening at that level. And also what you have just mentioned in link with the consumption. It is the motor of all this. So thank you very much for all of this. We can applaud them. So thank you very much. Now we will go on to the next group on pollution reduction. So how can we limit the risk linked to pesticide? Thank you, Mr. Coulibaly. Hello. Mr. Kademodo was the co-facilitator with me during the session regarding Target 7. The efforts presented by the various actors were very inspiring. There is problems with the soils throughout the world, and many regions in Africa are suffering from that microbiome of the soil, contribute to reducing pollution. Regarding the control of pests and illnesses, biopesticides and biofertilizer are more and more used. Access to biofertilizer in Africa is a challenge that can be changed into an opportunity if we can facilitate the production of these products. In the face of the challenge of collaboration, the implementation of an exchange platform to help creating a practice community on the pest management and protection of vegetables. Analysis of the situation also will justify the setting up of such a platform where scientific content can be put in. But but we still have some work to do. In Cameroon, 90 of the farmers start without having made an assessment of the soil. This creates negative consequences on the aqua system regarding the nutriments. There is the challenge of improving the knowledge. We have discussed the importance of awareness and training, for example, separation of waste at the source, reutilization of the result of composting. The compost can be used by farmers, and we can demonstrate on the ground the effects of that, and this is a good way to train the farmers. Another example, the school plots. We have this is quite close to the school of production of power in the 80s. And this framework, the program, has about 10 million farmers that were trained. The results regarding pollution reduction are quite noteworthy. In Asia, the reduction of pesticide of 80 to 92%, and between 80 and 92% in the farmers, is 78% in cotton, and reduction of about 20%, and the footprint, while at the same time improving the production and income. In Vietnam, the reduction of inputs of pesticide of 50%, and the transformation of agriculture in 2 million farms. The funding of farmers is essential. For example, it could be found with taxes on pesticides. Regarding investment in Canada, $39 million will be proposed to support farmers who adopt sustainable practices, and also to support initiatives for the development of sustainable technologies. This will allow us to maintain the system of regulation for pesticides, reducing risk, and to improve the input of alternative solutions. We want to increase resilience. We want to improve the soils. We want to have more rotation between the rotation on the land. The main constraint is the increase of production to meet the increasing of the population. We need a closer collaboration between scientists, farmers, and decision makers. Research can indeed offer better tools, but will have no impact if it is not adopted. Another approach is the development of short circuits, promotion of biological and organic products, and the central place of that. We need to have more non-industrial farms to work for the community. Short circuits will allow us to test and experiment various techniques. For example, diversification of crops, limiting of inputs, absence of fungicides, pesticides, and fertilizer solutions to diminish pollution, while limiting the erosion of soils and loss of nutriments. Regarding the constraints, the main problem is viability of the activity, especially with the competition of industrialized groups. The challenge is, how can we multiply these farms? Well, thank you very much. Impressive. It gives a lot of hope what you're saying. I think that it convinces us that what we're doing is very useful. When we know that in certain countries, pilot projects are implemented, show that we can reduce pesticides up to 92%, while at the same time increasing the yield. Well, that gives us hope, because it's quite an investment for the whole planet and for humanity. So we have to train, we have to create awareness. Decision makers have to be mobilized in order for all of this can get us to another scale. to another phase. So I think there is a question that we hear a lot. If should we go in that direction, we could feed the whole of humanity. I think more and more this question is irrelevant. There are many experiments that show that agroecological practices not only will allow us to produce more, but better and a more diversified food. So on the same plot, you can have a lot of diversity. It's useful for nutrition. I think that's what you have just said. I think really echoes that. So please applaud, a hand of applause for this group. Now, we'll pass the floor to those who have worked on the resilient operations. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Koulibaly. So let's continue with target 8, and I co-chaired with AWA. So AWA can contribute at need. So target 8 is really focused on climate change. So we really focused on resiliency of farming, given climate change and the nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based solutions. We began this session with a roundtable with a number of experts, Mr. Abouba from Senegal, Ms. Lafortune from Université du Québec en Outaouais in Canada, Ms. Mélanie Morel from UPA for International Development in Canada, Myriam Nobre from Sopraviva, an organization from Brazil, and Yasmina El-Bagou from the National Institute of Agronomic Research in Morocco. And I see them in the room, and I thank them once again for their presentations yesterday that were very concrete and that focused on a number of very inspiring projects that really included important biodiversity issues to ensure the right to land ownership issues, green approaches, and approaches of cooperatives and farm insurance, and concrete examples that have worked in Quebec, such as soil health initiatives to reproduce at the international level, or concrete policies on biodiversity at the national level. And then we had a session, a very worthwhile work session that was constructive and enabled us to identify and mention some of the main constraints and recommendations. So we saw a lot of common messages in the different tables that we were able to summarize. So regarding constraints, first of all, we can see that these were really major constraints. There's a real challenge or issue to translate these long international targets in a very concrete meaning for people on the ground and going from the international level to the local level and vice versa. So we heard a lot of solutions and concrete examples, but there's no common indicator that necessarily makes the link between that and the international target. And then we have the long-term durability of actions, for example, short duration of projects, and the political situation that it makes it difficult to see the impact on biodiversity. When a project ends and there's no government support, then the actions will halt and will not continue. There's also the scale of financing we identified. It's often difficult to get access to at the local level and at the farmers level. For example, at the international level, at COP15, a new fund was created for biodiversity, Kunming, Montreal. So how can that financing trickle down to the level of local farmers? And another constraint, which was the ongoing commitment of producers and stakeholders in the field. So over and above consulting them upstream, how can we ensure an ongoing commitment? And we noted the same thing for governments and with political changes where constraints can have an impact on a program and a financing approach. And the same thing sometimes can be seen among local elected officials. But we also wanted to identify recommendations. and possible solutions. So there was this concept of a compromise, mobilization of all the stakeholders and multi-stakeholder approaches to really between that and really having a dialogue between stakeholders who sometimes don't necessarily agree, but find a way to have a dialogue and make compromises. And before starting up programs and projects, it's important to have an engagement plan for stakeholders and also to ensure that it will continue forward during the implementation, and also promoting alternative financing methods, credit, popularizing alternative financing methods for small producers, and also financial mechanisms that we see in the climate field to use it for biodiversity, for example, carbon tax and ecosystem approaches, and taking into account biodiversity aspects in the financial sector. We also recommended a better risk sharing for producers with other stakeholders, with the government, with markets, and taxing mechanisms to make it worthwhile for farmers to make changes and include other sectors, for example, the philanthropic sector and the private sector. So it required a lot of assistance and incentives, and also we have to break the silos between the climate and biodiversity, which exist and which appeared considerably in the discussions on this specific target. Ecosystem-based targets and nature-related approaches can be a tool that can link them together. And ultimately, there's a major distinction between the two subjects at the international level, but when we trickle down to the local level or community level, the distinction no longer applies. So often the climate and biodiversity are seen as fully integrated at the local level. So also a lot of work to ensure long-term viability in legislation and the development of legislation and its enforcement. And when it can be a problem at the political level, we have to share actions. For example, we have to have an implementation with the government and with citizen groups as well to ensure that there are lasting effects. We had a lot of concrete examples in Haiti, but in Quebec, we had a lot of solutions that exist. And the idea is to verify how we can ensure a better sharing of the best practices, to scale up, to reproduce that at a larger scale, and have a better advocacy and have advocacy networks to represent interests toward decision makers and at the international level to have more presence at the international scene and consolidate this cooperation horizontally with producers associations. And one thing that was also mentioned is to respond to the needs in terms of knowledge, have more communication, training, assistance, and targeted consulting services, which is something that was mentioned. So that summarizes our passionate discussions yesterday. Thank you enormously. So you said how to go about it, to work together with an international level advocacy. I think that summarizes very well everything that has just been said, because I think that when we come out of here, what are we going to do? Are we going to go back to our respective countries and forget all of this energy that we invested coming here to talk about integrating biodiversity in the farming sector and multi-stakeholder approaches and public policy? I think we need to come out of here with a commitment, with something that can carry forward these conclusions. It's very important. And this has been said, you know. I think it was Ms. Parent who said that this morning. What is the boundary between responsibility for disappearance of biodiversity and responsibility for climate change? We don't know. When there's a big drought in the Sahel region, then the crops dry out before the grain is ripe, which means that we lose and we have nothing to seed with. And that's how biodiversity can often disappear. When there's a drought, you may end up in a situation in which the cycle of the seed regeneration has not occurred. So we face huge challenges. And one of our biggest enemies, I think everyone said that here yesterday, is the problem of climate change. It has become a recurrent matter that is present everywhere on the planet. And we know that it's always going to go in the wrong direction. So bad behavior continues. So I think we need to mobilize. We need to stand shoulder to shoulder and act together. We don't have a solution. Somewhere I read a quote as follows: the one reason why we will not succeed together is our lack of ability to unite. Sure, when we're united, we can do everything. Nobody can stop mobilized and motivated groups that are determined. So determined to act. So I think that is perhaps my colleague co-chairs are here and may have something to say about that. How are we going to carry forward this roadmap to make sure that we follow through on it? What are we going to do to make sure that, the people in the room too? We still have a bit of time left, I believe. We have until 10 o'clock. So we have nearly 30 minutes left. So let's perhaps open the floor for comments on these aspects. How are we going to carry forward with this? So whoever would like to speak now. So before we open the discussion period, to begin with, Mr. Koulibaly, you mentioned that the roadmap is to know where we're headed, because we know what direction we're headed in. And that reminds me of an African proverb. To know where we're going, we need to know where we're coming from. And the second part of the proverb that we often forget is knowing where we come from. Know where you come from to decide where you're going. So I think the symposium, with all the work that was done upstream and today here, I think that's going to help. So thank you for the presentations from this morning thus far. And before we open the discussion period, Ms. Parent mentioned in her comments as well that you can comment on WOOLCAP. I think a number of you have already downloaded the WOOLCAP app. The QR code was on the screen, but you can also find it online on the website. And then you can send in your comments and suggestions even beyond the presentations this morning. So we still have a few minutes, 15 minutes left. So if you have any comments or suggestions, the microphones are there, as well as online, you may ask questions. Yes. At the microphone, please. I'm afraid I can't see everyone. Number 2, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, colleagues, for your respective comments. In spite of the precautions that have been taken, we're working in a state of emergency. So I'm going to continue to insist on the emergency. There are a lot of things to be said, but just trying to, contribute some small part. So the contributions to, at one point, we realized that we're at a turning point in history. Along with rationalization, there's a major problem. Where can we start from? The questions that Ms. Koulibaly asked, how can we start? That's the big question. So it requires effort for densification of what was proposed. So to densify, to integrate, which comes up frequently, how do we integrate? So we need to go beyond description to go to a mode of analysis. So when we talk about practice doesn't exist on its own. It's part of a behavior. So when we cite practices, then you're not actually describing the behavior, the natural behavioral aspect, which separates it from its roots. So we have to look at the distinction between practices and behaviors, which the behaviors that give rise to those practices. When you analyze behavior, you have an essential aspect, which is opinion. One of the colleagues yesterday from the UPA talked about a right for food security, which is very important. And in the behavior, you have an opinion. Opinion is very important. We need to apprehend the opinions of farmers. So the opinion, once again, can be a tsunami. You have an essential aspect, which is attitude. And among the attitudes, you have behavior that determines practices, but you have attitude toward uncertainty. And behaviors of farmers are not irrational. They are connected to attitude, and attitudes are not random, and there can be a demotivation. I think we need to make an effort to bring some order into the catalog of our roadmap by drawing inspiration from the behavior analysis of farmers who are at the front lines, who have opinions, and apprehend things in light of their attitude in order to reveal what their motivations are, which are implicit but determinant factors. Thank you. Mr. Koulibaly, would you like to respond? Or would another of the co-chairs, or shall we just continue with the questions? Yes, very well. Good morning, everyone. Jean-Louis Gaston, professor, honorary professor at the Montpellier Economic Institute and at UNESCO. I'd like to make a few comments about the three very interesting presentations given on the working groups. The first comment is, of course, we have an approach that is sector-based, focused on relations between farming and biodiversity, which is a very interesting subject, of course. But to deal with this subject properly, I think we need to open things in the conclusions of the Global Forum of FAO. What appears first in the actions recommended? It's organizing the production sectors or organization of value chains. It's the same thing. Of course, value, economic values, but social and environmental values, which are also very present today in the discussions. The second comment or recommendation dealt with market access. So what is the market for farmers? Well, it's the consumers that my colleague Simon spoke about earlier. Consumers do not only eat fresh products, but also 90% processed products in rich countries and 60% in less advanced countries. So it is clear that if we do not consider our artisanal food, we are missing out on the solutions. And the third recommendation of this forum, if I understood well, is financing. So here I come back to the sharing of the food value chain. When a consumer pays $100 in grocery store or market, a farmer only gets pennies. In rich countries, it's about 10%. And in less advanced or less rich countries, it's less than 10% that goes to the farmer. So there are actions that need to be made in a system-based approach, taking into account the entire food system. Thank you. Any questions from the other side? Yes? And there may be questions online as well. Yes? There's no microphone? Yes? Here we are. So, I'm Chris Baker. I'm an independent consultant, and I'm going to speak in English. Perhaps it'll be easier for me.
I liked what you mentioned by it's necessary in order to plan ahead, one has to look back to plan it, to properly plan ahead. And there I wanted to emphasize what Monica already brought up. everything that was achieved during the farmer field schools during the 1980s, 1990s, we have to look back into that and learn from that. Those achievements were made 30 to 40 years ago. They involved the training of millions of farmers, reducing pesticide use by 80–90% while raising yields by 20%, while increasing farmer profits by 15 to 20%. In Indonesia, for example, during the Suharto era, pesticide use was almost abolished. So I think when we look ahead, now we're 40 years later, we have modern technologies such as biopesticides, robotics, artificial intelligence. When we set the bar for the future, I think we don't necessarily need to set the bar low. I think we can achieve many things by integrating new technologies and biological control smartly and learning from the past.
Thank you. Je crois on peut prendre la question en ligne.
I think we can take a question online. Yes, we have a question from Mr. Eric Nunda, who is in an aquaculture project.
Pose la question en ligne.
Who asked the question online, I would like to know, what are the practical agroecological actions in agroforestry planned in order to balance food security, the environment, and demographics? And finally, what is the place for knowledge management to ensure sustainability of agroecology in Africa? This question is in a scenario where conventional farming provides large productions, but over a short term, whereas agroecology provides for moderate production that is sustainable. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go over to this side. Hello, my name is Paul Doyon from the UPA. One thing that is not mentioned very much or at all, and yesterday also, is the fight against poverty and a better sharing of wealth. Until such time as food systems are running after the lowest price and the cheapest product everywhere on the planet, we're going to continue to exploit people and exploit farmers, exploit land, and exploit biodiversity and exploit the environment. So I think that there's really a question to raise. Until such time as we ask ourselves those hard questions about sharing wealth and poverty around the world, we're going to keep on exploiting the land in all sorts of different ways, which will destroy the efforts that others will be making in other countries and regions. Thank you. Also, of the Federation of National Regional Parks. For 30 years, I've been working on issues of agriculture and agri-food, and I was very interested in what was presented earlier. Actually, all the organizations and farmers converge toward the need for a transfer of knowledge and a technical transfer. And I think it's important to create a kind of a fund to ensure that the pioneers of agroecology, who we know and we see everywhere in parks and also in this seminar, who really have interesting knowledge to share with their land, because actually in agriculture, often you have to talk to a farmer and assimilate new practices and be convinced of them. So I think it would really be worthwhile to have a kind of a fund so that these pioneers can find time to share their knowledge and techniques. Because in the parks, we have, for example, ambassadors dealing with the agroecological transition, but they have to devote time, and time is money. So this transfer of knowledge, we need to be able to have this at all levels. And it seems to me that we have a lot to learn from each other and from north to south. So I think it's very important. Thank you. One last question, perhaps, and to leave time for the responses. Yes, fine. Hello. Good morning. Hugo Mataraj. I work on seeds and biodiversity. And the comment that I wanted to make was solution number one identified in the roadmap was the organizing, the collaboration and cooperation. And it makes me think about our own organizational restrictions. We don't have much time. Our organizational structures are fairly hierarchical, and we have organizational issues in universities and research centers, unions and governments. And actually, we need, in a sense, to renew our organizational modes. And I'm thinking of a comment made by the colleague in agroforestry at the beginning, which was, well, what are the methods of governance that we give ourselves at the landscape level? If we observe the ecology and the environment, we have biotopes, and we have microbiotopes at the local level. We have biotopes that are cross-border. And if we could find an organizational model adapted to these biotopes and to the landscape, and on a spatial basis for the management of biodiversity, for example, assemblies or citizen assemblies of the commons that would go beyond our organizational constraints and become a grassroots movement from the bottom up, a bottom-up approach in broader and broader biotopes, including cross-border biotopes. Then it could be a common approach that would extend beyond our organizational structures and reflect the landscape level ecology. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Koulibaly and the other co-chairs, you have 5 minutes to answer. Thank you very much. I think there is, to summarize, I don't think I can answer each question individually, but what comes out here is that we know that problems remain and there are pitfalls, but there is a willingness to move forward. That's what is clear in general. And as you've just said, we have to go above and beyond our constraints, structural constraints, and we need to innovate and create other sets of dynamics that mobilize people in the territory. I think that's what we need. And we're not going to remain where we are. We have to keep moving, mobilizing, and exchanging information. And perhaps the group of experts that piloted the process will continue to reflect on the model that could be used for that. I think it's important. We are dealing with an essential subject for the survival of human beings. The mercantile approach cannot prevent us from moving forward. We all know that. And we see today that the disappearance of biodiversity is perhaps the greatest risk, because if a nuclear bomb explodes, perhaps the greatest risk on humans, we're talking about bees disappearing. And the day that the last bee dies, then humans will die. What are we doing about it? How are we going to mobilize and hold out our hands to each other, move away from immediate benefits to having a longer-term view, and for those who will come after us? We can't have a one-way ticket on the planet and say, we lived here and that's it. No, we inherited this planet from our predecessors and we want to pass it on to our descendants. We don't want to violate the rule. So I think there are a lot of stakeholders, and there's a lot of gaining of awareness. Agroecology and biodiversity are, people agree more and more on the importance of that. There are pilot initiatives that are ready and that have succeeded, but it remains, unfortunately, they remain at the pilot phase. We need to be able to scale it up. We need to articulate that with the decision makers at I'll already mention the local level. Perhaps it's easier there. We discuss things with local officials to put it in their land development plans, the agroecological approach, the need for conservation of biodiversity. That's perhaps easier than just to tell the national government about that, or let's say an international mechanism. So we need to work at all levels. That's the real challenge we have. I was happy to come here with the co-chairs and participate in this adventure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Koulibaly. So we would need to put it into music like a huge symphony orchestra to achieve our objectives. Thank you, Mr. Koulibaly, and the speakers this morning. Before we head to the break, I'd like to remind you that when we return at 10:30, we're going to break out into workshop sessions that are concurrent. I think you can see them on the screen. And as I remind you, in the other two rooms, there is no simultaneous interpretation. It'll be in French only, whereas the session held here in this room will have the interpretation. So enjoy the break and see you back here at 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for reconvening on time. This session will be co-facilitated by Lionel from the Institute of Francophonie for Sustainable Development and François Pitou. We're welcoming our panelist Abouba from Sokodebi, Alain Olivier from Laval University, Christian Taillon from Ferme Taillon, Felipe Villela, the Land Banking Group, Lucas Garibaldi, University of Rio Negro, who is online, and Nadine Azou, consultant. You have an hour and a half to discuss biodiversity-friendly practices and sustainable use of biodiversity. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone, to this first session, the first parallel session. I think everything was said as far as introductory remarks go, so I think we can go right in. We're going to discuss Target 10, is ensuring that areas of agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries, and forestry are managed sustainably, in particular through the sustainable use of biodiversity, including through a substantial increase of the application of biodiversity-friendly practices. Then a few examples: sustainable intensification, agroecological, and other innovative approaches. And then the rest of the sentence goes on. Okay, so we're really focusing on the role of agriculture with regards to biodiversity. We have 5 people on the panel present here and 1 online. So what we're aiming to do is to have as much time as possible for discussion after the presentation. So we're going to dive right in. Let me remind you that you have 7 minutes each. I am Swiss, by the way, so I don't have a watch, but I actually have access to the time, and I'm very much geared towards a time watching. So, okay, you have the clock in front of you, so you'll be able to manage your own time. Let's start with Nadine Azou, consultant. She's going to start us off with a presentation about the context in which this framework was developed. Nadine, please. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Nadine. I'm so glad to be here this morning. And I'd like to share with you some of my thoughts about target number 10. I'd like to discuss the previous strategic plan for biodiversity, so 2011 to 2022, especially target number 7. the Aichi objective. So that it was that by 2020, zones dedicated to agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries, and forestry are managed sustainably and ensure conservation of biodiversity. But the fifth Worldwide Outlook published by CBD in 2020 said that this objective was not achieved. In 2022, along with GBF, the text was adopted. And so I asked myself 3 questions in this context. First, between 2011 and 2022, what has evolved, globally speaking? What's the difference between the Aichi objective number 7 and GBF target 10? And how can we achieve target number 10? The role of agriculture is seen more and more through the lens of society. We can see that in Agenda 2030 of SDGs, placing biodiversity as one of the key elements in the agriculture sector. People at our roundtables yesterday said that climate change is one of the main challenges facing both farmers and biodiversity. We had Cornevia work on agriculture, which was adopted at the 3rd Convention on Climate Change. In 2022, parties adopted the joint work of Shamshur about implementing climate action on food security. And again, in 2013, more than 130 countries approved the declaration from the United Arab Emirates about resilient food systems and climate action. In the context of desertification, in 2022, parties committed to restore 1 billion hectares of degraded lands. Part of them were farming lands. Finally, the United Nations Summit on Food Systems focused on transforming global food systems in order to achieve SDGs. So this is just for drawing some context. So the question is, what's the difference between objective number 7 and target number 10? As you can see on the screen, this is the text for target 10. It starts similarly to the Aichi target, but there's one major element, one major difference. It was mentioned yesterday, actually. Target 10 mentions specifically some examples of approaches. So target 10 goes beyond just conserving biodiversity and acknowledges that we need to focus on production systems as well as practices and approach that contribute to biodiversity resilience. Target number 10 also talks about restoring biodiversity and maintaining nature's contribution to our systems. So what will help us to achieve target number 10 versus objective number 7 from the Aichi framework that was not achieved? Here are a few questions about potential courses of action in implementing this target. So, for instance, do we have national adaptation plans? Do we have alignment? So, for instance, do we have a national strategy on biodiversity? There are many examples. We talked about updating the NBSAP in order to better align international commitments. Also analyzing legal and regulatory frameworks. So are they complementary or otherwise? There are regulations about programs, incentive programs, and such, and are they contradictory? Is there adequate financial support? We talked about payment for ecosystemic systems, for instance. And then I put valuing biodiversity, and I learned this morning that at other roundtables, this was mentioned also. So Agnès mentioned the global consultation, and this already brings some answers. So, nationally speaking, the government can use the technical roadmap as a source of information in order to elaborate strategies and national action plans for conserving biodiversity. On that note, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nadine. Thank you for speaking French. Congratulations on that. And thank you for keeping with the allotted time. Okay. Now, Alain Olivier from Laval University is going to focus a little bit more on knowledge and biodiversity-friendly methods and approaches. Hello. I, in this panel, have something more simpler to tackle, thankfully. So I'll discuss what it means to cultivate biodiversity in the agriculture environment. I think we can say that cultivating biodiversity means to establish a new relationship with nature. Our current relationship with nature has been developed over centuries, especially at least in northern countries. We're fighting against nature in order to exploit it as much as possible, in order to feed us humans in priority versus other living creatures, without really understanding that these other living creatures have a role to play in our own survival. So we developed farming systems that has a bit of an issue with otherness. And this is reflected in the whole of society, actually. So, to state it simply, the vision from the Green Revolution is the others. So whatever we don't cultivate, they're pests, they're competitors that we need to eliminate. You're all aware of that. This is the mindset that led to using pesticides to eliminate everything that was considered or deemed undesirable. We're well aware of what this mentality leads us to. So we may have other visions where we think ecosystematically, where we need to focus on developing biodiversity and seeing other species as potential allies. And we can't just have some patches put on the current system, just a bit of an add-on here and there. No, more and more people are saying we need to redesign our agri-food system. We discussed that yesterday. There are people, farmers, that developed approaches that are quite different from the industrialized agri-food systems, where we have complex agro-ecosystems that are really focused on biodiversity, while taking into account, of course, social dimensions. The current system increased dependency on many stakeholders, so all inputs required for production, and also increased vulnerability with the market, vulnerability with climate change. Also, if we have a biodiversity approach, it's quite different. There are a lot of elements that can increase resilience. Why am I talking about the complexity of agroecosystems? Well, we are more and more aware of the relationships between the agricultural practices that we use and biodiversity. So if we're looking for increased biodiversity, then it means that we need to set up some things on the field. The outcomes are not necessarily linear, of course, and proportionate to the efforts, because structural complexity is extremely important. We can introduce trees, for instance. That's my favorite topic, agroforestry. But in terms of biodiversity, we are looking at increasing interactions amongst living organisms in order to foster ecological processes and what we call services that are provided by nature. And we also try to foster the diversity of species. Mr. Koulibaly was talking about the various breeds and varieties of plants and animals. So this applies to the developed farming processes. These are practices that will promote biodiversity. I'm showing a few here just for concrete examples. These are practices that you well know, but still. Rotation, of course, this is something, crop rotation, that has been done for a very long time. And also a crop association. We see on this picture that various species are not using the space in the same way. So they're using the sun at different heights. We can have cover crops as well. In this picture, in this strip, we see that this is quite a different vision from having repressing actually some species, and we know that the soil under it will be a living soil, healthy soil. We also integrated farming, so plants and livestock. We used to do that, but now we're doing livestock on one side and plant growing on the other side. So we need to integrate that more so that usual and normal biological processes can unfold. We can have also some perches for birds. We want to have some birds of prey, for instance, that can help. We can have plants that will attract pollinators. And again, my favorite topic, integrating trees for structural diversity. This is here another example. We see here, this is in Asia. This is a much more complex system that can feed a significant population without destroying biodiversity. So, we have here coffee plants with trees which help to regulate the temperature and decrease it. So instead of moving our coffee plantations higher up in the mountains, which would require deforestation, then why not cool down the environment with using trees that are already integrated in the system? And of course, we can preserve then various types of habitats. We have to think of the land as a whole. So I'm going to end on this note, but let me just say that agroforestry and its approaches are interesting because youth is interested in this. The next generation needs to take part. And I think we have ways to bring them to contribute to farming practices and biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alain. I think we have a solid foundation. Now, moving to more of a lived experience lens, we're starting with Abouba from Senegal and talking about co-ops. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am from Senegal, working with Sokodevi. Sokodevi is a Quebec organization, a group of co-ops that share their experience and help countries or developing countries. The idea is to improve living conditions of communities. And we are also looking at sustainable and inclusive businesses and co-ops. We have to mention, of course, the ways to work with everything that we call agroforestry, but also agriculture in Senegal. What we're looking at here is to develop agroforestry systems that promote adaptation to climate change, meaning that in various countries, we have local knowledge that we are looking at. There are poverty issues. This is the socioeconomic realities that exist. So in these projects, we're looking at a variety to support agroforestry approaches, which helps to increase income. It's important to know that the approach here with Sokodevi is focused on biodiversity-friendly approaches. We mentioned it this morning by showing the outcomes of our projects. We talked about capacity building. And this is a strong suit of Sokodevi. They are really helping communities to build capacity in order to scale projects. A few examples. In Côte d'Ivoire, there's the PROCED project. It was implemented actually in several countries, but in Côte d'Ivoire, it focused on cacao. The idea was to improve living conditions by addressing climate change. So we're looking at best practices to help these populations. We can say that the outcome here is that we achieved a lot of nature-friendly practices, which in turn led to very positive outcomes for businesses and co-ops. And this really helped, especially women and vulnerable populations. So we're talking about women who had a strong role to play in these activities. The co-op was awarded a prize, actually, here with this project, thanks to agroforestry practices. Another example here is focused on Guatemala. The goal was the same, to foster and use actually local knowledge in order to ensure good capture of these biofriendly practices. This led to training over 3,000 people. And these people have acquired a lot, and this percolates through the community. The knowledge disseminates within the community. And the project also allowed reforestation of over 400 hectares. This is quite significant. And going back to capacity building, we have a lot of training fields, so to speak. We focus on sustainability of this training. This led to planting over 194,000 trees over 5 years. In Senegal, we have another aspect here. We have beekeeping. The project here with FAO helped to reinforce support to the population. So 110 sessions were organized with field schools, and these became a model for best practices in beekeeping. So people doubled and tripled their turnover with this project. And all of this was done jointly with reforesting practices. This co-op allowed to reforest 54 hectares in southern Senegal.
In conclusion, it is important to take into account biodiversity, not in a sectorial manner. We cannot ask farmers to do things without at the same time having the appropriate funding. All these things must be made together. We must strengthen the capacity, and this is very important. And Soko Devi is really there to help, and it's like a lab to make sure that these practices are really made possible for these populations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abu, for this concrete example and for the conclusions that we can draw from this experience that can be useful for our discussion. Now I pass the floor to another person who will express himself on an experience. We have heard him yesterday. He's going to talk about an experience in Brazil. Hello.
Well, for some of you will seeing me again, and some of you are first time seeing here. So pleasure to meet all of you. Felipe from Brazil. I have a background in sustainable agriculture, and I come from a citrus family farm in Brazil. And today I'll be talking about how can we make biodiversity investable, and also so that farmers and corporates can also incorporate more biodiversity friendly practices. Wait, so that's not actually my last presentation I sent. Yeah, but anyway, I can also go with this one. It's just that there has been changed. So yeah, that's not the official presentation I actually sent, but let's continue then, and that's fine. So before I start, who here likes coffee and chocolate? Please raise your hand. Okay, well, quite some people, right? Good. Well, I have one bad news, but one good news about that as well. So the first one is that, yes, there's a new research that shows that we continue to produce coffee and cocoa conventionally, we're going to run out of coffee and chocolate by 2050. So just in Brazil, we had around 25 to 30% yield decrease in coffee because of intensive frost, while also we see that there's, around 50% of current climatically suitable growing regions for cocoa that is being impacted by climate. But we have a solution for that, and I'm going to present a little bit about that. So we all know that our climate is changing. Okay. So I think now I have the right presentation. Sorry, guys, for this. Well, wait. This is far down. Can we go to the beginning of the presentation, first slide? Okay, that's not yet the right presentation. So I'm losing all my time here to get to the right presentation, or at least to... yeah, that's also not, but anyway. So this is an example of a coffee farm in Brazil. I have shown also a bit yesterday, but basically this coffee large-scale farmer has been using trees and cover crops to move away from monoculture coffee production. And he took out 10% of his coffee plants to plant his biodiversity corridors, which has dramatically changed his land use. For instance, he has reduced the overall external input costs up to 20% in 5 years. And he has also maximized 34% of his profitability because of the more resilience component. Like while his neighbor farm had impacts of 15 to 20% of yields because of intensive frost, this farmer had zero impact because of the resilience component. So this beautiful insect that you see in the picture is called Chrysopedium, which is a natural enemy of the biggest pest and disease in coffee, nematoids, and bicho mineiro. So, boosting biodiversity, reducing cost, and also diversifying incomes is really efficient ways to, to build more resilience for farmers in the future. And this is an example of coffee. Oh, yeah. So, with that, we all understand that farmers has been boosting biodiversity, has been storing carbon, and has been, improving the water holding capacity in soil. But how can we, reward them for all these ecosystem services? So the land banking group, basic questions that we try to answer. is what if we could monitor ecosystem services of every land use on Earth? What if we could reward every land steward, every farmer for their natural capital? What if those rewards would qualify as assets on the balance sheet instead of cost in the P&L? And what if those assets turn into hard currency so that nature creates tangible value for companies and governments? So we have built this platform where we can track all ecosystem services from carbon, biodiversity, and water. So carbon above and below ground, biodiversity intactness, species richness, and also water holding capacity and soil moisture. These are very important data that farmers can obtain to make better decisions on how to improve their landscape. So these are like ways that we can monitor these ecosystem services and turn that into assets so that it can become investable and not become as a cost as we see today that, companies, they're seeing sustainability and ESG as a burning cash. So all the shareholders are putting pressure to not invest in it anymore. So this is a way that we can add corporate value by putting nature on the balance sheet. And of course, committing with all these standards like SBTIs, European Deforestation Regulation, and so on. So to do that, we are looking at all the satellite and field data available to provide the necessary outcome-based measures on soil, water, and carbon using Earth observation. So we have interviewed more than 100 satellite companies, and we have identified 5, which is the most accurate data that we can find, but also because of cost efficiency and scalability, because we all know that ground truthing data takes a lot of time, lab analysis, and it's very costly. So we have been prioritizing satellite imagery. And these are some of the institutions we have been collaborating with, from ETH Zurich, Oxford, Stanford, and all these scientific institutions to bring the model not only from the measurement perspective, but also like how to turn that into a currency and an actual value that we can start going beyond carbon and biodiversity and water. Oh, that's weird. I think it's quite messed up the slides. Yeah, I'm sorry, but for some reason this is not the right presentation. So I don't know why it's going to the first slide. But yeah, well, I can talk also without any slides here. Let me do that. So basically, what we're trying to do is that, nature generates value, and we're seeing sustainability and more sustainable agriculture practices as a cost. So companies are not yet, really understanding the true value of climate resilience within their supply chains. The Nespressos of this world, they care about if they're going to have coffee in 5 to 10 years from now. The same goes for every single company that depends on a crop that comes from a certain, that comes from nature. So if it's in their interest to build more resilience within their supply chains, they need to look into, transparency and traceability around carbon, water, and biodiversity. So looking at ways that we can give a price and a value for these nature assets is a way that we can talk finance, because all the CFOs and CEOs of these companies, they're tired of seeing these sustainability budgets going out of these companies and not generating value and for them in the long term. So what we're basically doing is that we are working with around 50 chartered accountants from the PwC, KPMG, EYs, and Deloitte's of this world, so that we can enable these companies to make investments in ecosystem services as an asset instead of a cost, so that we can add corporate value, and then nature can become an intangible asset. So it's not like a tangible asset, as in intangible asset under the accounting code IFRS. So, just kind of summarizing. So nature, biodiversity, water, carbon, that farmers are sequestering, they should be rewarded for it. Because, how come that a farmer that is, increasing biodiversity, storing more carbon, is not being rewarded for these ecosystem services? So we need to go beyond carbon. That's the first message, looking at biodiversity and water. So one pilot we did with Veleda, the cosmetics brand, where they paid $500 a hectare for a farmer to increase water holding capacity in soil, but also biodiversity. So that's the first message, is we need to go beyond carbon, looking at biodiversity and water are ways to value it. And second and last one is we need to, put nature on the balance sheet to create value for organizations to see that, investing in nature is not a cost and it can become an asset. So that's it. Thank you very much. And sorry for the slides not being the good one. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Felipe, for this presentation. I think that what I take from your presentation is again, the importance of the systemic approach. So along the value chain, and how do you engage the different actors down the line to invest into the production, especially to make this production more sustainable and more friendly to biodiversity. Et maintenant, nous allons passer,
Now we're going to go on with the last presentation of this group from Mr. Garibaldi from Rio Negro University in Argentina. He could not be with us today, so we recorded his presentation. If the technicians can show that to us on the screen.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here with you. So I'm going to talk about a problem, but my talk is going to concentrate on one of the many solutions to this problem. The problem is one of the most important environmental problems of the world, which is the loss of biodiversity. And land use is the most important driver of biodiversity loss. This is associated to the creation of huge homogeneous landscapes based on monocultures, and relying a lot on external inputs. So what we are doing in theory and in practice, so we are developing that and theory and practice, is to move from homogeneous landscapes to multifunctional landscapes. In this landscape, we rely less on external inputs like agrochemical, and we restore and rely more on biodiversity and the contributions of nature to people. So farmers here manage not only crops, but also restore natural and semi-natural habitats, and they also manage edge as biological corridors. These new designs are, of course, co-developed with the stakeholders and the farmers, and here you can see that we move from rectangular plots into plots that follow the environment. We have more diversity of crops, but we also have more diversity of native plants. We restore natural and semi-natural habitat, and you can see also biological corridors connecting the different habitats. We have found through data on the farms that this multifunctional landscape provide many benefits, like increasing crop productivity, stability, and quality, increase on crop pollination. It has less cost. You need to buy less things, less herbicides, less agrochemical in general. And it has benefits on multiple dimensions, not only on crop productivity, but also increase many contributions of nature to people, like less soil erosion, better quantity and quality of water, and many other benefits. So we have been developing science and practice about how to implement these multifunctional landscapes in the real world. Basically, we have seen that we manage two critical aspects, among many others, but here I want to highlight these two critical aspects. One is the habitat amount of restoration, and here you move from left to right in the graph, and the other aspect is edge density. So this is related to the configuration of the plots. And what we have found is that all the landscapes of the world need as minimum agricultural landscapes need as minimum 20% of native habitat. This is a minimum, not an optimum. In many landscapes, we have found that we can restore half of the surface area, and the farmers do not lose any money. On the contrary, they improve farm profitability. So this is a minimum that most of the farms of the world could restore 20% of native habitat without losing money. And also, If we focus on the other aspect, that is edge density, here we have results also from many farms, and we can concentrate in the lower left graph that is about crop yield, and you can see there that crop yield is maximized with around 20% of natural habitat again, but also 0.4 edge density. That means edge of 400 meters per hectare. This means very small lots, 1 hectare lots, but we are increasing edge density in many of the farms, of course, not so high as this, but by changing the configuration of the lots without necessarily changing the amount of area that is cropped. And we are doing this by developing many tools that we are implementing in the real world and models that depend on satellite image, but also altimetry and many other aspects. So what we are doing is we are restoring natural habitat, and we are creating biological corridors. So we aim to have 30% of habitat restoration within the landscapes. And this is in agreement with the common Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and what was agreed by 2030. And also this is a critical aspect for achieving net zero emissions by 2050. This is an example of one of the farms that we have been working. You can see on the top left the initial situation, and on the top right 7 years later with the biological corridors, the smaller plots with different landscape configuration. And this is a iterative process that continues. So it did not finish on the right top of the slide. This is another example when we restored that patch of natural habitat that was had quite low productivity. We use a lot of precision agriculture to identify opportunities and create synergy between habitat restoration and productivity. Here you can see that we map all the crop yield during 5 years, and the areas with the lower crop yield were areas where the farmers were losing money, and these are the areas that we are restoring. So in these ways, the farmer has increased profit, and they also have increased benefits from the environmental dimension and from biodiversity. So here are more examples. You can see in the middle bottom examples of crops in rows, not in rectangular plots, crossed by biological corridors. And of course, as I said before, this is an adaptive learning process in which we monitor the farms that we are working for, and we constantly improve our measures. So this is a satellite image. It could be anywhere in the world. It could be Iowa, Pampas, Uruguay. So these are the kind of landscapes that we are creating, huge monocultures without any nature. And this is our motivator to transform this into places with more biodiversity. This is another example of another farm. You can see the rectangular plots, and with different type of information, altimetry, soil data, precision agriculture, we create these new designs with biological corridors and managing by environment and not by plot. So thank you very much. I'm open to questions. I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup à Lucas. Dommage qu'il soit pas.
Thank you very much. I would have many questions. It's too bad you're not here with us. There's a lot of information in only 7 minutes, but it was a good demonstration as to how we can use the tools that we have access to now to support farmers in an approach to make his system better in terms of biodiversity and more sustainable in general. So I don't know if he'll be available for questions, but anyway, thank you very much once again. So after this presentation of various experiences and practices, we will conclude with another presentation talking about challenges. Christian Taillon, a farmer in the Taillon farm. Christian, the floor is yours. So hello, everyone. You have understood. There are some problems with the slides, so the PowerPoint will just run by itself, and the images will change every 10 seconds, so no stress. An image is worth 1,000 words, as we often say, so I will thus be able to use my 7 minutes in a better fashion. The Taillon farm is north of Quebec City, 30 kilometers north of Quebec City. It's a northern climate with the crops that are not necessarily similar to that of the center of Quebec. We have a lot of small grain, canola, chamber, etc. So crops that are adapted to our climate. The practices regarding biodiversity, we started 35 years ago. I would say it is by curiosity that we started doing that, because at the time there was not much data on that. We didn't necessarily plant the right trees at the right place, but still we went forward. And on the images, you can see edges, flowers. I don't have pictures of that. Various crops with trees always in the border edges. So I take my time. I want to concentrate on the challenges that we had to face and that we still have to face in terms of biodiversity, and maybe some solutions. One of the main disadvantages is it's hard to put a money figure on ecological benefits. It's costly to maintain them. We're not necessarily at ease with the figures. We do that when we can do it and when we really believe in it. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the beauty of the scenery that led me to get involved. It's not necessarily that we thought that it would be profitable, but it's an issue that we'll have to talk about, because it is indeed also profitable. The fragility when we started in 95, the company was quite at ease financially, so we could say, okay, we'll take that risk, but because at some point you might not be able to do that financially. The first 15 years of my company, if you'd ask me, can you afford planting trees all over the place and losing some soil? It's costly, as you know, it's difficult to acquire it, so we don't necessarily want to plant trees in our crops. But the lack of manpower, you need a lot of manpower, and we don't necessarily always have it. If you want to maintain it, I'm going to keep that for the end, but if we don't have 150% support, our family will not be able to continue our production. If I was Minister of the Agriculture, but I don't want to become minister, but if we need to improve the success conditions, the government must make this a national priority or an international priority. I think we are indeed in an international context. It has to become a societal issue, biodiversity, etc. This is buckwheat here. You have heard the Minister of Agriculture yesterday. He is there to support us, but it's not enough. I was talking about maintaining the wind cutter. It was removed from the ministry, so we need all these supports. Also, the subsidies have diminished for the edges outside of the regulatory zones, but the 3 meter over that there's no subsidy, and if you go beyond a special plot, maybe but it's never enough. We need all organizations involved in this sector, biodiversity, etc., agree with each other. The ministry, the foundations, municipalities, cities, all these organizations must help us, because it's too complicated for the producer. we have to support local initiatives. I'll do that. I don't have much time, but at the in Lac-Saint-Jean, we decided we would have the best protection of shoreline. So we hired people. They did 1,000 kilometers of shoreline in the last 3 years, supported with little support that we found here and there. Various organizations, municipalities contributed a big deal. But each year it's a hassle to fund these two agronomists who have done a tremendous work to really target certain shorelines to improve this situation. The professional world, they have to do research. We cannot be wrong. In 35 years ago anyway, we didn't plant the right trees. We had to remove some and plant new ones to correct certain mistakes. We cannot make such mistakes anymore. We don't have time for that. And it has to be easy, and it must be ready-made. Producers don't necessarily have the time. They have a lot of work. It has to be ready-made. An organization that comes to you and says, I want so many windbreakers. I'm ready to let go such an amount of land. There you go. Do what you have to do. And it has to be supported 125%, compulsory. So zero cost for this. I had details on the funding, but I don't have time. Municipal taxes, for some time, taxes every 3 years, speculation is horrible. The value of the land increases, a lot of speculation, taxes increase. The municipalities should give us something back in biodiversity or whatever way of calculation, but there must be something to do. I will conclude. I will conclude by saying I like to finish my presentation in a positive manner. We look at the negative side, but we try to end positively. We have to give back financial power to farmers, first and foremost. When we'll do a good work in biodiversity, no problem, we'll do what we have to do. We are entrepreneurs. We're not just farmers. We need profitability in our businesses. When we'll do that, when we'll have that, we'll be open to all these projects. We like our work. We like our environment. No farmer that I know does not want to step into biodiversity. It's a lack of money, time, and energy that it lacks sometimes. I close it by saying the planet or Earth needs farmers. So you need us, we need you. So all together, I think we can go quite far. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christian, for this testimony, heartfelt and very down to earth, very much linked to the practice, very interesting. And on all the presentations we had today, it's a good balance between what can be implemented and what is actually done. And with all the problems that we are facing. And if we want to do more, even if we're convinced that it's fine. So now we have about half an hour for the discussion. We start the discussion now.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We have heard our speakers brilliantly discussing the challenges and constraints, but they also have solutions. So we're here to listen to you too, if you have anything to propose to complete what has already been said. If you have any questions to ask to our panelists, you're welcome to do so. Are there any questions coming from the room? Go ahead, sir. Hello again. Retired farmer, 50 years of greenhouse production. So I have a question for Christian Taillon. What is the role of the regional municipal counties, the MRCs as they're called in Quebec, which have a governmental mandate to have a plan, a development plan for their agricultural area. And I had a question for the minister and the UPA. What budgets are allocated for that? And I realized that the budgets are very slim because actually governance on a territorial basis, each regional municipal county has a distinct territory, and in the future, I think government will be by territory, and I think that the level of financing, the channel for financing ought to be through the MRCs, in my opinion. Before we ask Christian to respond, perhaps we could ask you what an MRC is, Regional Municipal County, because we have people here from outside of Quebec and would like to know what it is before we ask Christian to answer your question. So what is an MRC or RCM, really? It's a regional municipal county. It's a cluster of 5 to 10 or 15 municipalities together that form a mini government to manage all of those municipalities as a whole, and they have a certain budget, and they try to do a good management of our taxes. But the role of the MRCs in biodiversity, I'll speak on behalf of my own one, which is the Mine du Roi. We have a development plan for the agricultural zone, and they're quite open to supporting certain actions. For example, the action I talked about earlier in the UPA, the 4 RCMs of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean pay a small amount of money every year to support the 2 agronomists that we hired. But the RCMs are specifically responsible for maintenance of waterways, and it's quite complex when we talk about a reduction in red tape. I think that with the RCMs, it increases the amount of red tape. So, sure, the RCMs have a major role to play in that. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations. So I'd like to pick up on the last comments by Christian, who talked about the importance of data and being able to finance farmers. Since yesterday, I've been wondering about the way we deal with that issue that came out in the consultations as one of the major issues. A lot of solutions are proposed that are quite relevant, and we've seen since yesterday examples have been given, but all of those solutions have a financial cost for farmers. As relevant as the solution may be, the farmer needs to apply some funds in order to apply the solution. And unfortunately, in the way we approach these financial constraints for farmers is to think about the plan at the macro level. In other words, with carbon calculations and so on, but at the micro level, we talk about rewarding them. But what the farmers need more nowadays, what we see in the field is that facing a climatic constraint or to invest in biodiversity, they need local mechanisms of a financial nature that would enable them to deal with those issues, to be able to get some credit and to be able to purchase the solution. So my question today has more to do with whether the way we approach that issue, whether it's with the rewards or otherwise, whether it's the best way to do it, or should we implement some local mechanisms to enable producers to deal with climatic constraints, for example, having credit to invest in biodiversity. I would like to perhaps reserve Christian, because often we ask too much from farmers. We say it's the farmers who pollute, it's the farmers who destroy our forest, but at the same time, we ask them to make efforts, and these efforts are for the benefit of everyone. We all agree that biodiversity is a common good, but is it only the farmers who should bear the burden of protecting this heritage that belongs to everyone? That's why I would perhaps also open the floor to the panelists, if someone has, or everyone else, if you have a solution to the financial question, because we will all have heard this is the heart of the matter, the financing. Who can raise a suggestion? Yes. We'll give the floor to Felipe, who has reflected for a long time about that and can share his proposal about the financing of protecting biodiversity in farming practices?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question because we often see that, farmers are bombed with, you need to do this or you need to do that. These are the certifications, these are the inputs and so on. So there's a lot of demand, always going to farmers. I myself come from a citrus family farm in Brazil, and I know how, this is a pain. Uh, so looking at solutions out there that demands the fewest from farmers, but still they can be rewarded. It's that's why we are looking at technologies that can measure these ecosystem services without the need of a farmer to be filling forms or like measuring the tree to understand how much carbon. There's no farmer's touch on every single need for measuring the data. So we use satellites to measure carbon biodiversity in soil and water. And of course, if there's available data on soil sampling, the accuracy is gonna be much higher. So that's always good. But we use as much as possible remote sensing and AI technologies to measure this. The cost is not burden on the farmer, is on the off-takers. So who buys your crops? So let's say, it's an X company. This company is the ones that we're going to talk to, and they are the ones who will pay for measuring all these ecosystem services that you're providing, and also potentially pay for these ecosystem services and invest in these ecosystem services as an asset on their balance sheet, as an intangible asset. So it doesn't mean that the company would own your water, biodiversity, or carbon, because this is an intangible asset, just like, for example, brand image, brand authority. So we want to create technology and financial tools that demands the least as possible from farmers to spend some time on it. But of course, it's in farmers' interest to also understand this data and also own these ecosystem services and be rewarded for it. So we're trying to use as easy tools as possible to make this payment for ecosystem services flow in a way that farmers doesn't have to do a lot of work, and they can use this money as a leverage to improve their overall climate resilience and agriculture practices to avoid less negative impacts of climate. So yeah, we need to figure out technologies, very cost efficient and financial instruments that can flow into farmers without demanding farmers, so much work in it. So totally agree, and thanks for your question.
J'aimerais ajouter quelque chose, si vous permettez.
I would like to add something, if I may. Of course, in my career, I've always wanted to be objective and not leave too much room for my emotions, but perhaps I do become emotional, and perhaps it's a privilege of my age to be able to do so in these subjects. But I find it very interesting, this technological approach. But I would say that I don't really believe in it. I feel that we're facing challenges. It's been decades that we've been in a race for technological progress, and I'm not sure that it's taking us in the right direction. I think that the current challenges tend rather to be of a social and political nature, and this is where we need to innovate. I think that we need to innovate socially and politically. Why? Because, among other things, one of the major problems we have in agriculture now is poverty. Poverty of farmers and poverty of a large part of the population that are unable to have enough food. So we need to find solutions. I'm not an economist, but in order for the economists, some of them are working on this, in order for them to find solutions so that farmers are paid a decent wage for their work, and at the same time that everyone has access to the fruit of that labor and can be properly fed. So there are things outside of agriculture, which is to do with the fight against poverty. Also, there are systems for biodiversity that are presented. I think increasing biodiversity in our systems means changing our system, our food system, as it currently exists. It's not working, and it's all very well to add trees. I myself presented the case of some trees being added to coffee plantations, but I find it disturbing that we're interested so much in coffee plants and cocoa plants, and we're worried about our coffee and our chocolate, but we're not talking about the agroforestry and the kinds of approaches used for certain crops, sorghum and others. Why don't we take an interest in the farm level systems that have existed for generations and even centuries? There are some in Brazil. Miriam presented that yesterday, and Mr. Koulibaly presented populations in Mali where there are certain systems of farming that are diversified, and there's knowledge there, but we want to add more trees from a technical level. There are solutions. Christian will perhaps, he calmed me down a bit with his presentation because it's really very interesting what's being done, but there are also some diversified existing systems of farming with the management of agro systems. If somebody knows how an agro ecosystem works, there are people who have agroforests in Indonesia or in the Amazon region who work with dozens of species on the very small land areas, but we're not taking interest in it. I think I'll break off there. I think you've got the point. So sure, technology is fine, but perhaps there are also very simple solutions that are available to everyone that are low tech, not only high tech, because in the area of governance, who controls that? It's still large entities, banks or others. My apologies, but major entities that take care of that, but it's not the farmers themselves, the men and women that are setting our direction. So I'll break off there and let someone else respond. Perhaps before I give the floor for the next question, just perhaps a response, because I find that what was said, the responses are very interesting. And in my opinion, perhaps with 30 years of experience on the policy side, but we have a number of systems, and sometimes we tend to try to find something that applies to all the systems. But I think my vision is that there are systems that are already good from a sustainability viewpoint. I'm not talking about biodiversity overall, but they need to be supported in one way or another. There are systems that are close that can improve their durability, sustainability in a simple way, and we need to support that. There are some systems that are perhaps further, but can progress. The idea is to support what already works. In other words, according to our expectations, sometimes they don't have the necessary support, but we need to enable others to move towards sustainability. Some of the examples we've seen today, some apply to broader types of production, others apply to more farms that are of medium size, or we've seen examples yesterday for small farms. So the idea is that there's this diversity of farming systems, and how can we bring all of that diversity towards greater sustainability? Okay, I think I said enough. Well, I wanted to say that this is good news. It's good news to know that the solution is within reach of everyone. Perhaps these solutions can be brought forward by farmers, whether they're the poorest farmers or farmers with a higher income, and the banks and public authorities. And your comments show that everybody has to contribute to the solution. This is what we ought to have as a takeaway. And I think that if there are any other people in the room, with the lights, it's hard for me to see. Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to hear you on the distinction between zones where we manage biodiversity. Is it a random division between zones? If we take examples, the historical examples of preserving, or is it the suitable divisions, I should say? These are divisions that are based on water. For example, Egyptian society was based on the Nile, and in India, it's the Indus Valley, and if you take Chinese society, the Yellow River. So there's an appropriate way of dividing territory to preserve biodiversity. which is not necessarily that zone. You might have a land base or a territory or a region, or you could have a whole ecosystem or a landscape. One of the speakers talked about induction, which is the soil. It can be debated. I think that the soil or the aquatic approach is more appropriate, and based on the climate crisis, we ought to emphasize the historic divisions based on water or waterways. So watershed divisions rather than zone divisions would be appropriate. I think that there are opportunities and restrictions and strengths and weaknesses don't mean anything unless there are divisions. The planet is divided up into areas, and without these divisions, then we wouldn't have had all these problems of diversity because we would have been lost in the cosmos. It's a division that's related to the problems, but that will lead to solutions. So this is very important. The compartmentalization into zones is appropriate. Thank you. Thank you. Someone over here that would like to speak? Over here. Gérald Larose, Desjardins Caisse Solidaire, a member and partner of the Coalition to Feed Humanity Sustainably, Vice President. I wear two hats, but of course, I can speak based on the area that I occupy. It seems that in Quebec in particular, and in developed countries, the question of access to the land for new farmers, or what we can call the succession in farming, is a major problem because of speculation of land. Land speculation is a huge problem. At our organization, we set up a task force to emphasize how we can take land out of the market or take it off the market. In other words, farming activity should be profitable, but as an activity, as a farming activity, rather than substantially undermined by the interests of people wishing to acquire the land. There is already a basis. There's a fund, the UPA Fonds d'Action, a fund that is used to protect agricultural land that's for sale. But in my opinion, we need to go beyond that to be able to succeed in taking farmland off the market. We have succeeded for housing. There is a housing crisis here, and we've developed an approach. We've been able to persuade the public authorities to contribute to take farmland off the market by creating social trusts, so that land trusts, so that you can no longer have speculation, and it can be done on a cooperative basis. The second aspect I'd like to raise is that it seems to me that what we're discussing, all the aspects of diversity and sustainability of farm and food, which is the object of the coalition, which involves an international convention. We need to be able to have a debate at the international level in order to have recognition, I was going to say absolute recognition, of land, of food as a fundamental right that has precedence over other rights. So it's a plan for an international convention which ought to be given priority, in particular over the WTO rules, which, by the way, are the only international rules that are mandatory. The market is protected more than life and more than food. So this is the project that we're putting forward as a coalition for sustainably feeding humanity in order to conduct a society-wide debate at the international and global level. So I believe that we need to be able to propose these projects in order for it to be possible to appeal to all the stakeholders in society. Thank you. It's a very rich debate. So we also have time constraints. So we're going to allow two more people to speak, 1 minute each, please. in order to give time for our panelists to give their concluding remarks. Thank you. My name is Paul Doyon. I'm Vice President of the UPA. And in response to that, do those initiatives only have to be carried by farmers? No, in my opinion, the ambitions of society must be covered by society. And the second way of doing it is to add cost to the product or support them based on our taxes. So the first one won't work because we don't have the courage to regulate the market and to add our societal ambitions to the cost of a product. So then the second solution ought to apply, which is supported based on our government support, which collects taxes, income taxes, and other taxes, and our societal ambitions should be supported by that, or rather than through the market, which is left entirely to the giants of the food market and international trade. And the last comment. I'm from Colombia.
And I would like to make a question to Lucas. I would like to know if the structure and function of these patches inside the farm, you find some difference between these patches in structure and function? And what do you find? Do you mean some parameters or have some metrics about this biodiversity complex inside the farmer? Or what? How do you view clearly that these patches inside the farm can protect the biodiversity in the local area? And maybe if I'd like to make a precision in Spanish, please.
But thank you very much for the question, but unfortunately, Lucas is not available to answer your question, so he was not able to join the meeting. So, but is he present? No,
but
no, he's not there.
Online.
No, but he was not able to join, so he's not even following online. But what I would suggest is that you provide the question, and we will send the question to you, and then we will establish the contact. Thank you. Est-ce qu'il y a encore d'autres interventions? Sinon, ce que j'aimerais faire peut-être...
Any other comments? Because there were some fairly general questions. Maybe I'll give the floor to... Okay, excuse me. There are some online questions that I completely forgot to do. So you have the floor. We have an online question, Rafael Mesidor, who asked, given externalities for producers in rich and developed countries, how can we act to ensure that these huge polluters such as the USA or China can bear the burden? Very direct. Thank you very much. So now I think what we could do is to give the floor, perhaps starting over to my right, over toward the left, and then you'll have the opportunity to take a position in relation to some specific aspects that were raised during the discussion. You have 1 minute each, okay? So, Alain? Well, I think I already spoke at length, so I'll try to be brief, but as regards to that question, of course, we can try to remunerate farmers for the goods and services of the ecosystem type, but then who is going to remunerate them based on our current systems? So perhaps it's not so much the people who have to do all the red tape we talked about, the big businesses perhaps, and not the farmers who need that the most. So if not, I just wanted to add that when it comes to the techniques, what I meant earlier is not because we don't need certain techniques, but what I meant is that there are certain practices that exist. And if we have techniques to develop, we need techniques that are there for the biodiversity and not to destroy that biodiversity when it's done as it's being done with pesticides, for example. There you are. Thank you, Alain. Nadine? Yes.
English, French. Alors, no. My main concern, again, as I said in my presentation, was what are we going to do differently? Like, what's the difference? Like, why was the previous objective not obtained and attained, and now we have this new objective 10 we're going to be able to implement it and achieve it. What can we do to make that happen? What can we do so that the 6th Global Biodiversity Outlook will say that we are on the right track to achieving the objective?
Thank you. Nadine, Christian?
Oui, ben moi, j'invite Monsieur Larose.
Yes, well, I would like to ask Mr. Larose, I don't know if he has left, but to talk about the agricultural land, farmland, because it's an issue of great importance to me. We've worked hard on it and we've tried to find solutions. So the farm producers are very open to discussing that. And I'm in a business transfer. I'm transferring my farm to 2 young children, and the price of everything connected with farming that is expensive. We're talking about $8 of investment for $1 of gross income. It's unsustainable. And that's why we've been saying since yesterday that we can't afford anything except pay for the land. I mean, we can afford to, but not everybody. And society as a whole needs to support that. Thank you, Christian. And the situation is identical, if not worse, in Switzerland. Oh, Abu, thank you. First of all, we talked about access to land. It's still worse in our countries because in our country, we're faced with multinationals coming in and buying up the land, and then they do single crop intensive farming, and there's a problem of biodiversity because this single crop approach is not good, and it makes small producers poorer. They don't have access to the land anymore or to inputs to be able to produce. The other thing I would like to talk about is based on the question of financing. It's even a greater problem for small farmers in Africa that don't have the means, hence the interest in our approach through cooperatives to be able to have access to a certain level of income by mutualizing the knowledge as well as the farm equipment. This is one of the solutions. And the other question also to conclude is that one cannot ask producers to pay for it when we ask them to do work toward biodiversity. If we look for the kinds of solutions and we say to the population, don't touch that mangrove because it has a lot of carbon that it captures, then they have to be given a solution in order to offset that lost income. Thank you, Abu. Felipe.
No, I'm gonna go to that question there about the land use and succession. I think is one of the biggest issues in farming, but also like in land use. Well, food security is also like succession. We've seen in Brazil, like next generation of farmers moving to cities, as you said. So also with all the real estate, like taking over land for buildings and so on. So farming is becoming less sexy and attractive. Yes. So that's why I will repeat myself saying that we need to make evaluation of land based on the degeneration and regeneration. So what is the level of carbon, water, biodiversity? How can we evaluate it? And then we can start rewarding land stewards, farmers for their natural capital. Because if we don't manage to show that farming is more profitable than any other like economic activities in land use, then we'll not feed the 10 billion people that will come in 2050. So I totally agree with you. We need to figure out ways to value farming, value land stewards. And I think looking at ways, cost-effective and scalable ways to measure water biodiversity and water, give a price for it, and then reward farmers, I think is the most effective way for us to really have a sustainable future in terms of agriculture and also in terms of food security. So yeah, I think we have a long way to go. Carbon is already there. Water biodiversity is picking up now, and we need to speed up the process.
Merci beaucoup pour cette conclusion à tous les intervenants.
Thank you to all the speakers for the conclusion. I think the discussion, unlike the other workshops, it was very rich. If there's one conclusion, we're talking about a societal problem, not only for farmers. As we said before, we had a systemic approach all along the chain, but I think we'll have a societal approach that goes even farther than the food system, because we also talked about all the other services that are provided by farming, biodiversity, etc. So I would like to say after 30 years working on these issues, I'm kind of retiring. No, you don't want to, nothing to turn over to our successors. Anyway, the issues are always there, and the solutions have to be found together by means of the debate that we're carrying out. So perhaps the final word to my co-facilitator. Thank you. I just wanted to tell you that we are pleased that we were able to bring together the aspect of conservation per se, together with biodiversity and practices that are respectful of biodiversity, and say also that there are a number of, well, thousands or even millions of farmers who, for all time, whether we say it or not, they do practice farming based on biodiversity, but they're invisible. And why are they invisible? We don't realize the efforts that those farmers make. But our work is also to encourage those who make efforts without being remunerated on a voluntary basis, sometimes knowing how to have a tradition that's passed on from generation to generation. And sometimes it's for involuntary reasons or for financial reasons. We have no choice anymore to keep practicing agriculture while taking into account biodiversity. It's an asset that belongs to everyone. Everyone has to make an effort at all levels where we can. And the least we can say is that coming out of this workshop, everyone has their place to reflect on how they can support a respectful practice, respecting biodiversity, so that it can be a usual exercise for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think that we have had a rich session of lively discussions and concrete examples, and I would encourage you to continue your discussion during the lunch, which is now being served in the urban space, and come back into this room at 1:30 on the dot.
Alors, bienvenue à nouveau à cette...
Welcome back all for this plenary session on national policy and instruments. We will have two co-facilitators for this session, Jean-Frédéric Morin and Hugo Munoz-Urena, both from Laval University. Our speakers will be Braulio Ferreira de Souza Dias from the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change, Brazil, François Chrétien, Agriculture and Agri-Food, Canada, Geneviève Masse, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food from Quebec, Lloyd Day, Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, Costa Rica, Sigre Egbualo, Federal Ministry of Environment, Nigeria, and Tamisha Lee, Jamaica Network of Women Rural Producers. And I believe everyone is here. Oh, do we have someone online? Yeah, okay, good. You have an hour and a half. Have a great session. Thank you so much. My name is Jean-Frédéric Morin, professor at the Political Science Department at Université Laval. We have 90 minutes ahead of us with our 6 speakers, 6 panelists. We asked them to have a 9-minute presentation each. Hopefully, therefore, we'll have about half an hour for exchanges following that. We asked them to answer one of the 3 questions. What are the efforts invested for integrating biodiversity in the agricultural sector? What are the constraints and priorities for the sector? And what are the policies and instruments that promote sustainable use of biodiversity and its conservation for agri-food and farming systems? This will be a bilingual panel. If you need a headset, then it would be time now to go fetch one. Some presentations will be in French, others in English. Your questions are welcome in either language. Let's start with our first speaker, Braulio. You have 9 minutes.
So, good afternoon to all. I'll give you a quick overview of the situation of biodiversity conservation and the trend towards sustainability in the Brazilian agriculture. Brazil is a big country, it's a complex country, environmentally, socially, and economically. So it's not simple. Okay. So some numbers on biodiversity. So we have a lot of biodiversity, more than 50,000 species of plants, more about 130,000 species of animals. But we believe this represents only less than 10% of all the biodiversity that exists in Brazil. So most of our biodiversity is still unknown to science. We have, just as an example, about 8,800 different species of trees in Brazil, as one example. And we have a large number of species already recognized as threatened nationally in Brazil, over 3,000 species of plants and over 1,000 species of animals. And we have the largest system of continental protected areas in the world. It's quite a lot. We protect about 50% of our territory in different ways, including indigenous lands and private protected areas. And we have a forest code since 1934 that protects native vegetation, and even especially in private properties. And so as a summary, about 2/3 of Brazil currently is covered by native vegetation, which is great. Not all of that is well conserved. There's some disturbance, of course, for quite some time. And maybe I'll go to the next one. So we have been conducting a lot of assessment on the risk of extinction of our flora and fauna. And I mentioned yesterday that the latest review was done on the species of trees of the Atlantic forest of Brazil, about 5,000 species, and 2/3 already threatened with extinction, without considering the further threat of global warming. We produce a lot of research about biodiversity conservation, some 10% of the global science on this, and also on tropical agriculture, about some 10%. We have a very comprehensive system of satellite monitoring of all the ecosystems since 1985, and it's done on a monthly basis, and it's the support for the law enforcement efforts of Brazil, and also for the planning efforts. And we have a lot of action plans to conserve threatened species. And what else? And we have identified key biodiversity areas since the mid-90s. So we have covered the whole country, all biomes, identify which are the critical areas that needs to be conserved or restored for biodiversity. Agriculture. About 10% of our continental territory is occupied by crops, and about 19% by livestock, mostly bovine cattle, but also sheep, goats, etc. Agriculture receives currently only about 0.3 0.3% of the Brazilian GDP in subsidies. Most of our agriculture currently is funded by the private sector. We have about 500,000 large farms in Brazil. They can be as large as 100,000 hectare, one farm, just with soya, as one would suppose. And about 5 million small scale agriculture, mostly family agriculture. The good thing is that most of our farmers are of a younger age and open to receive new tools, new solutions from science. We have a large number of new enterprise to support agriculture in Brazil, these ad tags. In the last 40 years, average productivity of our grains have increased 4 times, which means less native vegetation have had to be destroyed in Brazil to give opportunity for more crops. We are the largest producer of soya, sugarcane, coffee, orange, and a major producer of maize, cotton, beans, fruits, etc. And we are the largest exporter of soya, sugar, coffee, orange juice, maize, beef, and chicken. And we're the largest producer of biofuels in the world, and with a lot of new investments in this area. Some initiatives to promote sustainability in our agriculture. No tillage. About half of all farms operate under no tillage, and that started in 1974, also associated with soil erosion control programs. We have a strong integrated integrated production of safe food that was established in 2002, following some examples in France and Spain. We have an initiative that started in 2010 on low carbon agriculture, which integrates crops with livestock and forests. We have a national program on agroecology and organic food production that started in 2012. And we have a number of initiatives on ecosystem service like pollination, lots of recent interest on regenerative agriculture, and big new efforts to restore degraded pastures in Brazil. So to finalize, challenges, there are plenty. So we have lots of solutions developed in Brazil, lots of initiatives adopting these sustainable solutions. But the big challenge is how to upscale this for the whole country. So the issue relates to policies and finance. Also we have a big effort to restore deforested areas, and as I mentioned, degraded pastures. We need to enhance more economic incentives to convince farmers to not to deforest their native vegetation where the law allows them to do so. Pollination, I guess I mentioned the numbers yesterday. We have a big problem of water, even though together with Canada, we're the country in the world with more fresh water. The scenarios is that availability of water in the whole of Brazil in the next 2 decades will be reduced by half, except this extreme south of the country that will remain very rainy. Another big challenge is greenhouse gas emission. Most of our greenhouse emission comes from land use and agriculture and livestock. And a major problem we have is denial of science among these people, and also in several branches of the government. We use too much pesticides, and that's something we want to reduce strongly with more use of biological control. There's initiatives on these. And to finalize, we have a good system of zoning for agroclimatic risks for our crops. And those that want to receive insurance needs to follow the recommendations of these. And to finalize, we still have a lot of conflicts with indigenous peoples and local communities, and also regarding the need to restore deforestation in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Donc, François Chrétien, directeur délégué chez...
I'm François Chrétien at AAC. Thank you so much. For those who need it, I will be speaking French. Could we please display my deck? Okay, so while we're looking for the deck, I just wanted to mention, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I thank the organizing committee, but also congratulations. I was very pleasantly surprised yesterday when Mr. Caron asked the question, who was a farmer in the room? And a lot of hands were raised. So congratulations for that, because farmers truly are at the heart of the approach that I want to present today with living labs. We're still looking for the slide deck? Okay, let me start in the meantime then. Or should we wait? Okay. As I was mentioning, farmers are at the heart of their living labs ecosystems. I'm not going to talk about commitments and such. My colleague, Mr. Salvarez, did that already earlier in the event. So I'm really going to focus on the national instruments. Living Labs is one of the main instruments that we've set up at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada in order to meet biodiversity challenges in farming environments. So we're really focusing on commitments and actions. So I'm really going to then give visibility to action for fighting climate change and negative impacts on biodiversity. Do we have the slide deck? Not quite yet. Okay. So we'll wing it without. Perhaps it's a better thing. You'll have to be focused on what I'm saying after lunch. I had a deck that was fairly light without too much text to make it a bit easier after lunch. So we all are aware that climate change are very much at the intersection of biodiversity issues. To give a few examples, here in Canada, with the past few seasons, we've had extreme flooding in the west. Then in the prairies, we saw significant droughts. And last year, we had 18 million hectares of forest that just burned out due to bushfires. These extreme weather events have direct impacts on the biodiversity, but also on losses of habitat. So when we look at this through a ecosystemic lens, we do need to see the whole thing, not just soil, water, biodiversity, in an isolated and siloed fashion. So in order to meet these challenges head on, we believe that we need to have a new approach to innovation, something that can keep pace at which climate change is happening. So innovation has to follow suit. This is why we have adopted the living labs approach. Who in the room is aware, have heard of living labs? Great. Those who have their hand raised, keep raised. Could you explain what's a living lab? If so, keep your hand up. Not too bad, not too bad. Better than expected. I'm still going to explain the concept. The first thing we need to know about living labs is, well, it's nothing new. Dr. Mitchell at MIT used this approach in the 1990s, where people were looking at interactions between technology and users. In 2006, there was the Helsinki Manifesto that really focused on using living labs to promote innovation in Europe. And following that, there was a wave of living labs, especially with IT technologies, smart cities, research in health also. And it's only around 2018 that we took the concept of living labs to apply it to much more complex issues, such as agriculture and biodiversity. So there's a whole slew of issues that come with applying concepts to, again, highly, highly complex issues. So this is the first thing to know. This approach is not new. Living labs is a user-centered approach. So in the living labs, farmers are at the very center of what we do. Not just here to receive the results at the end of a study. They share their knowledge along with scientists and other participants. We have a few producers here in the room who participated, Jacques Côté, Michael Jecker, perhaps other ones. And hopefully you can mention that at the Q&A, mention and discuss your experience, share your experience. Second, it's a partnership-based approach. We have 14 consortiums throughout the country, and these are used in partnership again with NGOs, First Nations, farmers, producers. So really looking at what we can do with all stakeholders. Third pillar is real-life experimentation setup. So scientists involved with these projects have to get outside of their comfort zone and go meet people on real farms and with the real issues. We believe this is necessary to find solutions that make sense, not just scientifically speaking, but also from the viewpoint of the user. So this was my opening speech about what living labs are. So hopefully next time you get asked the question, you all can raise your hands. Now, what we've done over the past few years, we set up a Canadian-wide network. We have 14 consortiums now, and including one in each province, over 150 organizations, and 300 farmers that are hosting experimentation. A lot are also involved with co-developing these projects. So over 1,000 participants spread throughout the country, finding and testing very concrete solutions to fight climate change and conserve biodiversity. We're currently working on 200 innovation activities, all supported with research work. So if you think about the impact throughout the country, it is significant. I had great pictures of diversity in a farm setting, but unfortunately, we don't have the pictures just yet. We're talking about rotation, restoration of natural attributes, how these cultural practices have an impact on biodiversity, whether the soil microbiome and otherwise. Anyway, many components, diversity of the crop cover, predators, pests, pollinators. Again, I had a lot of nice pictures to show this to you. But again, I actually have a few stories to tell you about biodiversity and the currently ongoing projects. We have a project about an at-risk species, the badger, the American badger. This species is important in the ecosystem we have in the prairies. So it's kind of a love-hate relationship because they build large homes in the soil, which allows organic matter to penetrate the soil. But it also makes cows step into these holes and injure themselves. So this is one of the issues, one of the pests. They do take care of gophers, so that is a positive aspect. But they also regulate flooding due to the holes, especially in a context of drought. So they truly regulate the ecosystem, which is why it's quite important to protect these species. Same thing for others like bison. Game over. Oops. I lost a bit of time with the presentation here, looking for the deck. Anyway. So not only did we do the scaling up Canada-wide, but we're now also doing a lot of things with international partners. We worked with Haiti, with our colleagues over here, USDA. We also had the first international forum on the Living Labs agrosystem last year. The second edition will be in Bordeaux next year, fall 2025. So if you want to be part of this new community with agrosystem Living Labs, please reach out to me and keep an eye out for the second edition in the fall of 2025 in France. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your coping skills here with doing without your slide deck. Now, Geneviève Maas, Deputy Minister at the Quebec Department of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Agri-Food System. Yes, the deck should work in this case. I'm kind of glad to not be facing the same challenge as François. Welcome everyone to Quebec City. I'm glad to see a lot of collaborators here. So I'm going to focus on the land and farming activities in Quebec as allies to biodiversity. We strongly believe that they shouldn't be viewed as enemies, but rather as allies.
Here you have a map of southern Quebec. The Quebec territory is much bigger, of course. Quebec decided 45 years ago to protect its agricultural lands. So this is the agricultural zone that is protected. 6.3 million of hectares, 2.1 million are cultivated by more than 28,000 agricultural businesses, more or less, generating collectively $2.7 billion in 2022, coming from rural yield. And this is made up of a diversity of cultures. But in Quebec, the base of this structure is milk industry, dairy industry. After that, pork and grain, 15 and 14% of yields. As you can see, 2.1 billion hectares cultivated. So we're not like in Brazil with farms of 100,000 hectares. On the map, the agricultural zone in Quebec is mainly around the southern part of the province, where we find the population mainly also, which has the effect of a pressure from the population on the agricultural lands. The agricultural territory is a very precious resource for Quebec and Quebecers. As you can see here on this chart, in the world, we have about 0.61 hectares per inhabitant. In the OCDE countries, 0.88. In the US, 1.22, Canada, 1.52, and in the west of the country, Saskatchewan, about around 19 hectares per inhabitant. In Quebec, we have a relatively small territory, big territory, but the agricultural part of it is rather small. The surface per inhabitant is 0.24 hectares per inhabitant. And that added to that, we have the climate reality with the short season for our cultures because of our winters. As I said yesterday, the agricultural zone is mainly in the southern part of Quebec, and this creates certain challenges. The biggest one is the pressures from urbanization, the growth of the population, urban spreading. This has an impact, and as regards encroachment on rural land, the best lands with best agronomic capacity, the best productivity, we find them in the southern part of Quebec, near the urban centers. So there is this very strong pressure from the urban centers. Also, on the territory, we have to conciliate usages. We have various pressures, reforesting, exploitation of resources, tourism, various environmental protection measures. All this creates also an additional pressure on the agricultural territory and on our agricultural businesses. Another big challenge, we work a lot on that with our partners. It is to change perception, to change the narrative. Agriculture and biodiversity, as I said earlier, they are not enemies, and we have to demonstrate that. We have to change mentalities, and it remains an important challenge for all. So I said earlier that Quebec 45 years ago decided to protect 6.1 million hectares. It is thanks to the law on the protection of agricultural activities and territories. This is known as one of the most protective law in the world. So a very important law in territory management. We have an independent organization that is in charge of the protection of the territory. It was adopted, this law, in 1978. We must control the implementation of other uses other than agricultural. It is responsible for restructuring of lands, tree cutting and maple tree exploitations for maple sugar. We must demonstrate that there's no available space in non-agricultural zones, the white zone as we call it here. And when we can make such a demonstration, we must demonstrate that the site is where there'll be less impact possible on agricultural land. The law is very important. It recognizes to the agricultural lands a collective value going beyond individual value. So it is a public, it's a law for public, of public importance to make more perennial the agricultural exploitation and to make sure that it be more sustainable for all. In parallel to protecting our territory, we have accelerated the turn towards sustainable agriculture. We have a plan 2020-2030 with various objectives for health and conservation of soils, diminution of the risk of pesticides, improvement of water quality and biodiversity. So we have various targets. We want to double the agricultural land that will be favorable to biodiversity, be it shorelines. So between 2020 and 2030, we have various means to reach these objectives. We have special funding, special programs. And we want to, for example, reward good practices. We share risk between the government and producers to implement good practices. And the favorable practices for biodiversity are those who have been more rewarded within our initiatives. We have also other complementary programs, the PRIMVEB program for the government of Quebec, also a consultant program with the partnership, Canadian Partnership for Sustainable Agriculture. We can accompany the producers, the farmers with specialized resources and funding. And we also have a partnership with the Quebec Fund for Research and Technology to transfer knowledge to farmers. So we have two main leverages, improvement of our practices, turn to more sustainable agro-food activities. We want to update our structure 45 years after adopting the Act. We have a big consensus around these issues, and we want to make sure that this still meets the needs of today. In parallel, we also have the national mobilization for setting up a nature plan before 2030, where we will protect 30% of the Quebec territory in terms of biodiversity. And all this has to be adopted throughout southern Quebec. And we have various levers. We have to have ambitious targets. We must share them. We must mobilize our partners, and especially in the agricultural sector. We want to make sure that our laws follow and our rules as well. And we must accompany our people with incentives for helping everyone to put these practices into place. So thank you very much. I didn't have much time, so I rushed a little bit. We all have challenges. Sometimes we have no PowerPoint, sometimes we have little time.
So next we have Lloyd Day, Deputy Director General at the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture. The floor is yours.
Merci. Bonjour. Looks like the slides are working, so we'll see how it goes. It was 9 minutes for you the whole time, then it's like 1 minute, game over. So just to let you know, how many have ever heard of ICA before here? Raise your hand. That's not bad. So we represent the ministers of agriculture of the Americas, from Canada in the north to Brazil, Argentina in the south, and our friends in Jamaica there in the Caribbean. Our mission is to help their ministries of agriculture help their farmers. And so I'm delighted to see so many farmers here in this colloquium, because it's so important that you all are listening to the voices of the farmers. So to get into this section, it's going to be pretty easy for me, because the first speech of the day from our friend from France at the FAO, and then the last session before lunch with Alain had some of the same pictures. Their pictures were a little bit nicer, so I can run through these pretty quickly. But here we have a typical landscape, and this could be anywhere in the Americas. You could see the division of different types of crops, probably different land ownerships, and a lot of trees there. So there's a lot going on in the sustainable intensification of agriculture and landscape planning and good agricultural practices. I want to talk a little bit about that, but we have three of the important things to talk about on the right-hand side there, which are policies and regulations, those are somewhat mixed. Payment for ecosystem services are working, but they're slow to come about, but you'll see in some of the graphs that they're working pretty well. And then integrating protected areas and biological corridors is pretty exciting, and there's a lot of that happening, but not enough. And so we'll get into that in the presentation. So you can see this is a typical economic graph. This is the wrong slide, again, like in a previous presentation, so I'm just going to keep going forward. But you can see that there's a combination of forest concessions, of silvipastoral actions, agro-biodiversity, and crops in all these areas. And so it's really as the legend shows, the complementarity, the redundancy, and the ability to grow agriculture in forest landscapes, which is pretty exciting. And we have an example of this in a region in Guatemala called the Petén Reserve, which has been operating now for 30 years in the Mayan biosphere. It's been so successful that it's been extended its concessions for another 30 years, covers 700,000 hectares of forest. The timber that they're taking there in a managed way is mahogany, a very valuable wood. And also, as you can see, there's ornamental crops that are being created by indigenous Mayans in that region. And it supports the lives and the operations of about 10,000 people in that zone. As you can see, over the past 20 years, while the areas around the bordered red area have had, varieties of exploitation of the land and of the vegetation, that area that's been preserved has been protected all the way till today. And so we hope for another 30 years it'll be protected. And so this is an area, or this is an example of a system that's working. Silvipastoral practices are growing in the tropics. In Costa Rica, ICA, my institute, was founded at a place called Catia. I don't know if anyone's heard of Catia. Anybody? Not too many, but that's where we were founded 82 years ago by Henry Wallace, the Secretary of Agriculture to the United States, then Vice President of Roosevelt, also the guy who sent Norman Borlaug to Mexico and started the Green Revolution, and a lot of how technology has helped enhance agriculture and the whole CGIAR system. But at Catia and in Costa Rica and in many other places, we are working very carefully on agro-silvopastoral practices and tropical livestock. And so here's some examples of different practices, from permanent fence to dispersed trees to grazing practices, etc. It has great benefits for biodiversity conservation. You can see the pictures of the birds there. There was a picture in an earlier slide deck that had a much prettier bird, but I'm sure if those birds were on their own, they'd be just as pretty. And you can see that the benefits for multiple types of beneficial of animals and of insects, it depends on the level of forest cover, from primary to secondary to riparian to young. As it goes down, it lessens, but all these practices are helping with the biodiversity and the preservation of this part of the world. And so we had an example of Brazil, where Brazil is one of the most biodiverse country in the world. We need to protect that biodiversity, and that is being interspersed with silvopastoral practices in Brazil, in cattle. I think, the common misnomer is that they're tearing down the Amazon, they're planting soy, and they're taking out all the trees. In Brazil, they're actually practicing a lot of silvopastoral practices, and so that's going to really change how Brazil and other parts of Latin America work on this. It's being driven in Brazil, Argentina, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Mexico to scale up agro-silvopastoral practices. And the cows are happier. I come from a place called California where we have happy cows. But here, as you see, with no shade trees, versus compared to with shade trees, cows have better milk production and they have a lower respiratory rate. So with the combination of agroforestry practices, your animals are going to be healthier, your lands are going to be healthier, you're going to have more beneficial insects, and so it's better for the economy on a whole, and it's better for the animals. Ecosystem payments for ecosystem services work, as you can see on the right-hand side. As you scale up, you're going to have better payment practices, and people and farmers are adopting them as opposed to those that don't have covers of trees or anything like that. And so the potential of payment systems for good practices is there. There's been a lot of talk of compensating farmers. If you compensate farmers, they're going to adjust their practices. So in the first slide, and I think this is going to get into a discussion as we move into tomorrow, there's a lot of constraints, opportunities, and challenges to be prioritized in the sector. I only have a couple minutes left, so I'm not going to go into all that, but I'll get through these slides. There's a great deal of opportunity. And the one I want to touch on here are markets for carbon and the growing market of bio inputs, biofertilizers, and biopesticides. I was in Washington, D.C. last week. I was at the Fertilizer Institute. I wasn't going to see the Fertilizer Institute. I was going to see the head of the Crop Life America, but they're all housed in the same area. And the head of the Fertilizer Institute's an old friend, and he started talking about the fact that they're going to have biostimulants coming out very soon that's going to reduce the need for pesticides. The same is happening in the world of chemicals. There's been a lot of talk about the reduction of chemicals and of crop protection. Those companies are investing in the bioeconomy. Syngenta, which is one of the largest companies in the world, has bought a firm in Italy that is pure bio. And so those companies are moving into biostimulants. And I would suggest for this conference, next time, we invite some representatives from those sectors as well, so they can talk about the advancement in that area, because it's easy to say, we don't want pesticides, we don't want chemicals. But at the end of the day, farmers need them and farmers buy them in order to protect them from the threats to agriculture. So I think it's important to have those folks contributing to this discussion. Biotechnology is an important component. I've heard some discussion here of the pros and of the cons of biotechnology. Biotechnology and gene editing, the gene editing component of biotechnology, is going to transform agriculture, health, human life as we know it. We're at a super exciting time in the history of agriculture. Gene editing is going to do some things that we can't even think are possible. I'd ask you all to embrace science. It's going to change crop protection. It's going to change seed technology. It's going to change healthcare and technology for human beings. So I just watch out. Jack Bobo, who's a professor at the University of Nottingham, a former State Department official, says the next 30 years are going to be the most important and the most important time for agriculture in human history. We have to double our production in order to feed nearly 10 billion people. And after that, population is supposed to decline. So between here and then, we're going to have to double productivity while at the same time protecting our planet. It's a big challenge, but there's a lot of opportunities. And I think folks at the University of Laval, folks here at Canada, and your government and your science sector, your farmers, your ranchers, are all capable of doing it. I have some more slides. You can watch them on LinkedIn or whatever. The host is saying the game is over, so I'll stop here.
The game is over, unfortunately.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's going to be a Q&A session, so you'll have the opportunity to come back to biotech later. So next we have Ms. Egbu Walo, who is advisor at the Office of Nigeria's Minister of the Environment.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I think I tried. I'm just going to do this briefly. By the way, thank you for giving me the floor to add a few words to what colleagues here have said. But like I did yesterday, I'll dwell more on the biodiversity part and what the Ministry of Environment is doing in collaboration with Ministry of Agriculture. I mistakenly uploaded the wrong one online. So if you don't mind, I'm going to use my screen here and not what you are projecting. So first of all, I'll talk about the biodiversity richness in my country. It has about 5 vegetations, ecological zones, which I mentioned yesterday. And each of the ecosystem has diverse species of flora and fauna with diverse genetic endowment as well. And of course, on ocean, we bordered with Atlantic Ocean in the southern part of the country with highly diverse marine species and freshwater ecosystem, which also helps a lot of farmers in agriculture to fish and all of that. So it plays a very big role in our economy, our ecology, and also in our social lives as well. We use biodiversity resources for a lot of personal use and economic use as well. And of course, we have endemic plant species of about 91. And we've got 17 national parks, which makes us really big on the 30 by 30 goal of the KMGBF. And we have also committed to protect 30% of our ocean and land by 2030. We've got important bird areas, as well as biosphere reserve, about 3 biosphere reserves, games reserves, and sacred groves at various levels of protection. And of course, biodiversity and agriculture. Lands are being converted to agriculture in many of our protected areas. This happens in a lot of countries as well, in community-owned land, for instance, and in state-managed forest as well. We have farmers living around these protected areas, and they encroach into this protected area for agricultural purposes. Until we put a lot of sustainable agricultural practices in place, the process of cutting down trees and burning for agriculture continues without requiring the clearing of lands for continued harvest by farmers. We report that we are losing about 867,000 hectares of rangeland and cropland to desertification every year. And as our population is increasing and livestock population is increasing as well, we have issue of conflict between the farmers and the herders in the country. And of course, we have issues of soil erosion that I mentioned yesterday, and the government is concerned about this. So we have this bill that is being presented for several years in the National Assembly, which is the National Grazing Reserves Commission, to help combat this issue of conflict between the farmers and the herders. And the Ministry of Agriculture plays a very big role in supporting biodiversity conservation work in Nigeria through the control of hunting, harvesting of plants, and they encourage and promote consolidation of scattered and fragmented farm holdings. We've got a lot of agricultural research-based institutions that support biodiversity conservation that we work closely with. We've got Rubber Research Institute, Cocoa Research Institute, Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, Ceres Research Institute, and a lot of crop research institutes. And some that deals with conservation of gene banks for various food crops. We've got about 20 of them. I won't want to list that because of the time. And of course, government effort to address biodiversity conservation in agricultural sector has been really impactful. We have over 158 million people that engage in agriculture, and the government is focused on ensuring the sustainable agricultural practices that focuses on supporting smallholder farmers that produces more food while also taking care of the land. And government is prioritizing the transformation of the agri-food sector to achieve net zero. We've got net zero commitment to achieve net zero by 2060, and also the nature positive commitment as well. And we're prioritizing the agri-food system target and the KMGBF implementation, and in our MBSAP revision as well. We are harmonizing the agricultural prioritized target. That's in the agriculture target that we have. We are prioritizing it in the MBSAP revision, which contains the biodiversity target for the next 10 years. And also, due to our population, we have various challenges on food security and agriculture sector as well. We have issues of land tenure system, I had mentioned this yesterday, land degradation, climate change, soil erosion, and all of that. And so it is estimated that about 26 million people in Nigeria will face high level of food insecurity by 2024. And this is why government has put a lot of programs, policies in place to address some of these challenges. In terms of instruments, we are party to several international instruments like the UNFCCC, the International Plant Treaty on Genetic Resource for Food and Agriculture, the Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing, and many of them. And also we are aligning our MBSAP with government policies such as the Agricultural Promotion Policy, which has many guiding principles that I mentioned yesterday, and the important one being the Agriculture, Technology and Innovation Policy and the national determined contribution as well as our forest policy. Then on the programs that we have launched the Presidential Economic Diversification Initiative. We have the RED Plus program, which aims to unify institutions and create linkages for more effective coordination and collaboration to address drivers of deforestation, with agriculture being one of them. We have the Agroclimatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscape Project. This was launched just last year. I mentioned this yesterday. And we've got the Action Against Desertification, which the FAO is supporting. I would like to end by saying, aside all this program, the government just recently launched a ministerial alliance for ambition on nature finance. And what this alliance is seeking to do is to publicly and privately highlight the importance of the 20 billion target that was put in target 19 of the KMGPF, because we feel that if all of these programs are put in place and the policies are put in place, if you don't have the resources to be able to implement these policies, then we're actually wasting our time. So while we are promoting countries to mobilize finance for biodiversity conservation in their various countries, we are also promoting the need for the global north countries as well to fulfill the pledge of $20 billion in the KMGPF target 19A, and also using this alliance to demonstrate the need for international finance by showcasing conservation projects that are ready for investment. Because most of the time when we meet donors, they tell us some of these conservation projects are not ready for investment. So this alliance is an alliance of global south countries, if I may say. And we've got about 11 countries that belong to this alliance. It was just launched at COP28. And of course, we believe that if the fulfillment in the KMGPF is fulfilled in terms of the finance, then it automatically speaks to the agricultural target that we have in the KMGPF as well. And that's where I'm going to end this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, Tamisha Lee, President of the Jamaica Network of Women Rural Producers.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. In my country, we normally save the best for last. I don't know if it is the same custom here in Canada. I do not require a response. You can, however, reflect on that. However, all protocol is duly acknowledged. It is indeed an awesome pleasure for me today to be given the opportunity to sit at the table. As our president at the World Farmers Organization always say, if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. So we're happy today to know that we are not on the menu and we're actually at the table discussing the topic of biodiversity. My presentation today will be based on recognizing and leveraging the roles of farmers in the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and natural resources. Can you move the next one? Okay. I will first provide you with a background on our organization, the Jamaica Network of Rural Women Producers. The vision of the JNRWP is to empower and motivate rural women to improve their quality of life and the social and economic conditions of their communities, thereby contributing to national development. Our mission at the JNRWP is to promote cooperation among rural women and create partnership with institutions and private sector to support the development of gaining business and micro enterprises. The JNRWP is an affiliate to the World Farmers Organization, a member-based organization gathering 81 national farmers organization and agricultural cooperative from 55 different countries. In 2022, a few months before the approval of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, WFO members gave a mandate to the WFO to gauge opportunities for farmers' engagement in the global conversation on nature and biodiversity. Farmers realized that government were having a crucial conversation on food and agriculture without farmers at the table. Move on to the next. Why is nature and in particular biodiversity crucial for food and agriculture? And what farmers can and are doing for the conversation, sustainable use and integration of biodiversity in agriculture. The decline in biodiversity, soil health, and water quality and availability are not only a crisis in and of themselves, they also have a direct impact on agricultural production and so on farmers' income and livelihoods. Just as agriculture depends on the environment depends on farmers who actively and in cooperation with nature manage over 1/3 of the world's land and support the delivery of essential ecosystem services, including, last but not least, the production of food. Next. So how come agriculture came to be described as a threat to biodiversity and preventing a greater integration of biodiversity in the agricultural sector today? Over the past 200 years or so, the pressure to produce food for a growing population with changing lifestyle, the globalization of trade in agricultural factors, in agricultural products, and urbanization of consumption and advancement in plant science and decreasing power of farmers in the value chain. These are just some of the major factors and trends that shape the development of agriculture in many parts of the world. Distorted market incentives and inappropriate top-down regulations depreciated the connection between agriculture and the local environment and driven down the ability of farmers to increase the efficiency on farm production without impacting on environment outcomes. In a context of growing awareness of the rapid deterioration of biodiversity worldwide and a renewed interest from government and civil society in halting the revision as well as producing food, fiber, and fuel for the global population. In order for agriculture to realize a potential in its potential, it is crucial to recognize the role of farmers as not only food producers, but also stewards of biodiversity and natural resources. Supporting farmers in the adoption of sustainable and local appropriate agricultural practices and creating an enabling environment where they can sustainably and effectively manage biodiversity and natural resources as an integral part of their farming operation. Next. So here we come to the third and most critical questions. What policies and instruments should be put in place to favor the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity for food and agriculture? In fulfilling a mandate provided last year by the General Assembly of the WFO is now in the process of developing its first ever WFO policy position on the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and natural resources. The first draft was coordinated by the WFO Secretariat with inputs from the Working Group on Natural Resources and Biodiversity, a representative group of WFO members and the Scientific Council in order to ensure that the proposal included in the document and backed by science, the text is currently undergoing membership-wide consultation, and a consolidated draft will be discussed and hopefully enclosed at the next WFO General Assembly due to take place next June at the FAO headquarters in Rome. Next, you can move on to the next one. All right, so the missing link, engaging farmers more, empowering farmers and their organization as key decision makers and partners in the process of policy implementation at all levels is key to ensure that strategies resonate with on-the-ground realities, instill ownership, and catalyze sustainable practices. Involvement in biodiversity policymaking. The National Strategy and Action Plan on Biodiversity in Jamaica in 2016-2021 is a very comprehensive document of 153 pages. It mentions agriculture 110 times, farmers 15, and to my knowledge, no other farmer organization have been involved in its development. The lack of farmers' involvement is not only a question of inclusivity, it undermines the effectiveness and the probability that they can result into taking actions on the ground. Farmers' inclusion in biodiversity conservation effort is not only necessary, but also beneficial for addressing pressing environmental challenges, enhancing agricultural sustainability, and fostering resilient communities. Collaborative approaches that integrate farmers' knowledge and practices that are essential for the good of soils, for the good of plants, for the good of people, for the good of ecosystem, and for the good of economy, essentially good for people, prosperity, and person. I will end with a quote from one wise person, and it says, "When tillage begins, other arts follow. The farmers, therefore, are the founders of human civilization." Thank you for giving me a listening ear.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, si on garde le meilleur pour la fin, c'est donc dire que le meilleur...
Thank you very much. So if we keep the best for the last, the best is still to come. We have a question and answer period. So we have 15 or 20 minutes ahead of us. So I'd like to give the floor to my colleague, Hugo, for this challenge. 15 or 20 minutes with 6 panelists and a room full of participants who are curious and interested. Thank you very much. You've done an excellent job in keeping track of the clock, and also I wish to thank the 6 panelists with much experience and varied ideas with something very interesting that really fills out the picture of everything we've been discussing over the past 2 days. But this idea that if we're not at the table or on the menu, Ms. Tamishali, that's why perhaps we could make a little summary to be at the table and not on the menu. So perhaps I'll take the risk of making a summary, because you've seen, and you really have very ideas, and I think that it's a bit, I think we can say that we had different approaches in the presentations. One approach puts forward a conflict, and another that puts forward a solution, which are joined together. This approach of conflict, in fact, is very clear when we ask ourselves the question about land management. And if we look at the fact that there are lands which come into conflict between different uses, agricultural use and urbanization. And traditionally, we know that these conflicts in management are done through law and public policy, but as you know, increasingly, land development is done based on climate and changing climate, which we say, you know, that there are some things that were lands that were good for agriculture, and now it's not possible. So there's a conflict-based and tension-based approach, hence the need for technology and economic resources to adapt. And also in Brazil, we had the mention of farmers who are open to change and adaptation, and I've noted that. And we also see the importance of a global awareness of the conception and the problem, the issues to adapt to that situation. So first approach, the second approach is, we can say, is a diversity of actions or models in order to protect agricultural diversity. So here we have seen, and this in other roundtables too, the importance of farmers as the stewards of diversity. But we also see, and it's interesting because Mr. Lloyd Day presented a few models, but we can see that they are small models that developed at the local level. And at the same time, we see how there are farmers who pool together to develop associations at the international level in order to put forward international texts. So we see how this approach of convergence goes from the top down or from the bottom up. So we don't want to be on the menu, but rather be at the table. So I would like to give you the floor to ask questions and delve into the interesting themes and subjects that were presented to us. So there are microphones in the room. Please go ahead to the microphone, if you will, to ask your question. And I would ask you to introduce yourself, please. And also, please respect the time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Just thought we'd add another language to this continuum. My name is Jinya Truitt Nakata, and I am the Director for Global Agriculture and Food Systems Policy at the Nature Conservancy, not the Nature Conservancy of Canada, the Nature Conservancy globally. Here in Canada, we're known as Nature United. So with that, I do have a question, and I'm not sure that it's to this panel or perhaps to the whole symposium that I've been looking for a little bit, but I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. When we talk about how fundamental biodiversity is to agriculture, like we know this, right, writ large, and there's a lot of farmers in this room, and I also come from a farming family, and farmers know this. But what I'm looking for in our policy space and our practices and our governance isn't that, because we've known this for a long time. What I'm looking for is, what are those policies and practices that we can put forth where the farmer in the very next planting cycle can maintain or increase, preferably increase, income and yield using conservation practices, but that meet those needs today. So case in point, here in Canada, I had a great conversation in Ottawa on Monday with some Canadian officials, and they were pointing out that there were some, fields where Canadian farmers with like 2,000 hectares adopted conservation agriculture practices, not because of the conservation, totally understandable, but because it enabled them to save time and money by decreasing the number of passes of the tractor and reducing the amount of diesel that they use. Now, I understand that's in a large farmer context, but we see that replicating itself in so many different ways in smallholder context, et cetera. So instead of being all about biodiversity for biodiversity's sake, I'd like to see us be about farmer the farmer's income, the country's yield, food security, knowing that these biodiversity and environmental outcomes will only continue to increase that arc over time when we've supported them through this transition. And I guess that's a question I would pose, is more examples like that of how we can get there with conservation outcomes that really support the farmer today. Thank you.
On va prendre autre commentaires, autre questions, justement
So
pour
we'll
les
take some responses from the panelists. I'm Isabado. I'm a program specialist at the Francophone Institute for Sustainable Development. So I'd like to continue along the same lines you talked about, the contradiction approach. I'm going to raise what I call a synergy approach, in particular to the states. There are initiatives, there are policy initiatives and instruments that are brought in at the state level by states. I'd like to underline three aspects. The first being the question of sustainable land management. The second one is, let's call it the loss or the issue of wasted food, which there was a study recently which pointed out that we have 1 billion wasted meals per day in the world. So I can tie that in with the issue of food waste, biodiversity, and food security. The third thing, precisely, is the fact that in the states, there's a connection between the issue of the climate and the worsening climate situation and the issue of food security in the future. So biocapacity, the capacity of states to produce, these are subjects that we have on our side in La Francophonie. We've studied that since 2014 within the space of La Francophonie. So on that, I would like to raise the question for states. I'd like to start with Brazil, the former executive secretary of the convention. I'd like to know if you can bring to light the limitations of those policies in Brazil as to how you can integrate. Well, let's put it this way. The issue of food waste or wasted food, and then land use. And a third point that's very interesting in the World Framework for Biodiversity, which is 14, which is responsibility of businesses, the obligation, not obligation, because there is no real obligation, strictly speaking, but how countries should encourage businesses administratively or legally to act to best possibly inform consumers and limit the impact or risk on biodiversity. The same question for Nigeria, which raised the world approach, and also Quebec. Thank you. Thank you for those questions, and we'll take two questions, and then we'll move to the panelists. And Mr. Braulio Ferreira de Souza Diaz asked to speak about these topics, and after, yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Policies regarding biodiversity conservation and sustainable agriculture are very contentious in Brazil, as in most part. Farmers have been resisting, for example, a number of provisions for biodiversity conservation out of concern of increased costs for them, which is understandable. So to get a right balance between incentives for farmers so that we have food security and incentive for conservation is always a challenge. The Brazilian tradition is law enforcement. But in the last 10, 20 years, we have been increasing the use of economic incentives. So we feel that in many cases, they are more effective than just trying to enforce the law and penalize people. And so we're still in the mix of these policies. The challenge, of course, is that for most farmers, they're concerned with the short-term gain. And when we talk about sustainability and biodiversity conservation, we're looking for long-term objectives. So it's not easy to reconcile these things. So it's an issue in Brazil, as it is in many other countries. Together, I would also add the issue of ideology, the fact that many people deny science and climate change, and that makes adoption of new policies more difficult. Right now, we're having problems with big floods in South Brazil, and farmers are complaining. And we have seen the same thing with big droughts and the same complaints. And this makes it more difficult to introduce new policies rather than facilitate. So apparently we're in a period of a shifting transition. And I guess with the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, I think people are finally realizing that these climate change are something new. It's a new normal, and we need to introduce changes. So we're hearing more and more calls from farmers in Brazil, in different parts of Brazil, asking for change. But they are already doing the change themselves. For example, the cost of agriculture inputs have been increasing a lot in Brazil. So more and more the farmers are open to adopt alternative practices which are more sustainable. So instead of using chemical fertilizers, they're utilizing rocks to fertilize the soil, using biological solutions to combat pests. So now there's a huge new trend in Brazil of establishing on-farm facilities to produce wasps and flies, which are parasites to pests. So this is an initiative of farmers themselves.
And what is the answer in Nigeria about the relationship between this and the plan of biodiversity?
Thank you very much. I think my response will be almost the same with Brazil, because when you talk of agricultural sector and biodiversity, it's almost the same everywhere. A lot of, for me, I'll say lack of awareness on the part of the farmers, basically. Most of them are not aware of this biodiversity target and plans that countries have put in place. Talk more of how you can support them they can support the implementation. So I think the awareness is not enough, and countries needs to do more. But on the part of my country, the awareness is not there as it should be. And of course, issues of incentive is there for government. Of course, the government prioritize security over any other, because we've got issues of security. So the budget for agriculture is not so much, but the government is trying to put a lot of incentive in place for farmers, because most of these farmers cannot even adopt the technology that science has put there as alternative for them. So the technologies are not affordable. So how do you tell a small scale farmer to do a practice of climate smart agriculture? Where is he going to get the fund to buy the technology from? So that's still a problem. So government is trying to provide incentive in terms of climate smart agriculture and some other new technologies. But I think aside just the funding for these new technologies, issues of capacity building is there as well. because when some of them can even afford the technologies, then they don't even have the right official to operate some of these technologies. The capacity building is not there. And of course, one thing is clear, that they are aware in terms of the impacts of climate change. If you go to the local farmer, he can easily tell you that, oh, few years ago, 10 years ago, we used to have rain around this time, but we don't have that anymore. So that awareness of the impact is there. But the government being able to now translate their awareness into solutions is another problem that I think we are trying to solve. And like I said yesterday, there is opportunity in implementation of KMGBF for countries, because if countries are truly committed to implement the KMGBF, there's a high opportunity for us. And it comes from the top-down approach, from the political leaders fully committed to all the targets in the framework, and that includes agricultural targets in the framework. Then it makes it easy for a Minister of Environment to tell Minister of Agri to do ABC project in order to implement the agri target. And I think that's where I want to end it. Thank you.
Thank you. Et quelle sera la réaction de la ville de Québec?
Oui, alors je dirais que, à mon
I would
sens,
say that from my viewpoint, the key to success relies on mobilization, being able to, well, I think it's part of the movement that we now observe here in Quebec, our capacity and the capacity of the agricultural sector to mobilize towards better practices that ultimately have a favorable impact on biodiversity. So, of course, we have worked, the Quebec government has a regulatory framework that has developed over the years, but the major change that came in 2020 is really an incentive-based approach and an integrated approach where we wanted to put farm producers at the center of the action. And of course, it relies on tools, financing or rewarding of good agro-environmental practices, and also by the will to federate research in agro-environment to ensure a transfer of the results of this research out in the field toward farm producers with assistance, and of course to increase training. And nowadays, the success of the sustainable approach is mobilization, and to see the groups of farm producers that have mobilized and made commitments toward the achievement of the plan's objectives. They have submitted projects too, with a financial costs that are used as a catalyst toward the achievement of those objectives. And ultimately, they are able to demonstrate in an approach, which I would say is very down to earth, as to what are the results. So our producers love the land. It's precious to them, and the health of the population is important to them, as well as the environment. And they are committed, but at the same time, they are business people. And as was mentioned, from an economic viewpoint, it has to make sense. So when we have producers who are examples of success that can be used as a showcase to demonstrate that good agro-environmental practices can result in less passes on the field, less fuel use, lower inputs, and ultimately it can also result in higher yields or better yields because the soil is healthier and there's a diversity of species. And also through all these examples, we can counteract a movement that will ultimately make it possible to get greater buy-in from the producers themselves.
Malheureusement, on arrive à la fin de cette table ronde. Je sais bien qu'il y a 2 personnes qui attendaient pour poser des questions et des commentaires.
Okay, so we're reaching the end of our roundtable. But we need to wrap up on this note due to the time. I invite you to reach out to our speakers over the break if you have extra questions. Thank you so much. So again, with talking about keeping up with the menu analogy, I'd say the table is the place where we gather, even better with friends, we share, we debate, and we have also the menu and food for thought, much food for thought since yesterday. So I think this is going to feed our thinking. So now we're moving on to a 30-minute break. When we'll be back, we're having concurrent sessions. So at 3:30, you pick one of these sessions, one of the three, and then we'll be back in plenary at 5 p.m. Thank you. Let's please reconvene.
Tout le monde est là? Tout le monde est là?
Is everyone here? Okay. I hope you had an energizing break and that you are now ready to hear this last parallel session for the day. The theme is constraints, opportunities, and challenges ahead. Specifically, here we're going to talk about a global framework through a whole of society approach for implementing the global framework. Yes. So we have Jean Lemire with us from the Quebec government. We have Hugo from Laval University as well. Apologies ahead of time if I don't pronounce things correctly. So we have Christian Grancher, Communauté Urbaine Le Havre Seine Métropole from France, Elisanda Guillaume Scultel, Generalitat de Catalunya, Spain, Marie-Josée Asselin, City of Quebec, Normita Ignacio, Southeast Asia Regional Initiatives for Community Empowerment, or CRISE, from the Philippines, and Philippe Gamin, Federations of Regional Natural Parks in France. So again, we have an hour and a half. Again, I welcome you all for this roundtable. As we just mentioned, we have an hour and a half about a global approach that will mobilize the whole of society. We have a quite specific session here because we are addressing cross-cutting issues. We have criticized siloed thinking throughout the event, so now we're going to address this aspect specifically. I am a co-facilitator along with Jean Lemire. We'll be timekeepers for these exchanges. We asked our panelists 3 questions, but we're going to do things slightly differently as far as timekeeping goes. We're going to ask the first 2 questions, and all speakers will answer that question. So the idea is to compare the responses and these approaches. As we said, we'll have questions from the audience, and I'm going to start things off with my co-facilitator here. Please take the floor. Thank you, Hugo. Hi, everyone. For our friends who are from outside Quebec, I was asked to describe my role. What is the role of the Department of International Relations and Francophonie? Well, it's kind of out of the box. We take care of a lot of international negotiations. I do cover biodiversity, agriculture, Arctic affairs, climate change. We are very much involved with United Nations negotiations. I am a farmer myself, also, by the way. So I acknowledge Martin Caro, my president and representative. You know, the Quebec government is very active in matters of biodiversity. We are bound by the Convention on Biological Diversity. And as you well know, the Secretariat of the Convention is established in Montreal since the mid-1990s. We were very active with COP15. Personally, I believe that we will be successful with the Kunming-Montreal Agreement if we include farmers. I believe we will not have success without heavy contributions from the farming world. The Quebec government is obviously part of the Canadian delegation when we negotiate international agreements. But we are also representatives of subnational states and entities. We have a group at the UN that helps us to define some national issues, and we therefore have a seat at the negotiation table. We make sure that this voice is heard, and therefore we work very hard to have a whole of society approach. We want everyone to be a part of the success of what was decided in Montreal.
Si on ne se sent pas concerné, évidemment,
if we don't feel like we have a part to play, then we do nothing. So we're going to talk about that with our panelists. Implementation is done by farmers, by local governments. So how do we go at this together? Okay, so first question. What efforts or specific example have you invested for conservation, sustainable use, and integration of biodiversity in the agriculture sector? We can start with Christian, please. Yes, thank you. Very happy to be at this symposium. I'm Christian Grachet, mayor of a small community in Normandy, also VP of the chair, the research chair for food and environment that covers about 50 municipalities. Agriculture represents 74% of the surface area of the country. So an extremely important sector. We have much to do, of course. We're here to talk about cross-cutting issues. And biodiversity in France represent only 3%. That is 3% of surface areas are biodiversity friendly. I'm always surprised with the fact that farmers didn't put first in their responses political decisions, because if there's no political will to change things, then we're kind of stuck. So we started with a PAT, so a territorial project. This is a bit of a roadmap. I think we all should do this exercise, actually. This gives visibility to political stakeholders. So we started again with this roadmap. This had a lot to do with bridging the urban and rural world, because there needs to be more of a dialogue in this matter. And how do we operate the agroecological transformation? So in my municipality, we saved the very last farm that we had. It was a market gardening farm. People were living on retirement, so we saved it and made sure to turn it into a field school for teaching and producing good quality market gardening. This is how we trained a lot of people who came from various reasons, not necessarily farmers. Within the next decade, 50% of farmers will go in retirement. So we need to act politically. So once the youth are trained, we need to have a way to provide them with a vegetable farm, with land, with equipment and material, so that they can get settled in and start what they do. These vegetable farms are subsidized half publicly, half privately. I think there is sensitivity to these issues, and people are willing to invest. We need to act on property. We are, of course, kind of worried with land speculation, and I believe we need to act in order to have landowners who will use the land appropriately. We need to preserve the ways with which we can feed our people. So we try to focus on getting young people set up with vegetable farms. Large operations are currently pretty much the only ones who have enough money, that is, to buy property. So we have SAFER. This helps and provides funds for getting young people set up. We have an urban community that in part helps with this. We did get European subsidies because there's a ton of paperwork. And we want farmers to be in the field, not at their desk filling up dozens of forms and papers. We also work on market development. Organic farmers are having a hard time because consumers need to be found and educated about quality food. So we have a platform where farmers can have prospects to sell their products. And I'll stop there. Thank you. If other panelists wants to jump in, then you're most welcome to do that. I actually have a question for you. What's the level of social acceptance? In 3 seconds. Well, for conventional agriculture, of course, we were somewhat unwelcome. Kind of the black sheep, but young farmers adhere to these methods. They are aware of global issues that drive these changes. So we gather organic and non-organic farmers around similar issues so that they can work together, and I think things are improving. Okay, now to Catalonia, to Spain. Elisanda, please. Same question.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thanks to the government of Quebec the invitation of this event, because both governments have a very good collaboration, and the organization too. To explain you a project that we work in Catalonia to developing to promote the sustainable agriculture. Also tell you that he is accompanying me, Joan Bonany, that is from the Institute of Agri-Food Research and Technology, because all the practices that we define that are based on technical and scientific knowledge. The Department of Climate Action, Food and Rural Agenda of Catalonia has developed since 2021 a new scheme that we call Sustainable Agricultural Production, PAS in Catalan, and that permit us quantify the environmental, social, and economic sustainability, and permit us to quantify classify the farms according to the degree of sustainability. This scheme is based on SAFA, that is the Sustainable Assessment of Food and Agriculture, developed by FAO. Is this the scheme? And for environmental dimension, we identify 45 practices that are related to the air, to the water, to the soil, to the biodiversity, and energy and materials, because we use or quantify the efficiency of use of fertilizer and pesticides. For economic, we identify 12 practices, and for social, 11. This system is the base of a tool that is a calculator of sustainability. And we call PASCALC, that allow the producers to self-assess the degree of sustainability of the farm, not of the product, of all the farm. The reports provide 11 numerical indicators, including 7 product environmental footprints indicators, as carbon footprint or water footprint and others, that we calculate with the same algorithms with the European Commission. Within this scheme, biodiversity is one of the main pillars of the environmental sustainability. It keeps in mind 3 areas: functional biodiversity, and we calculate a number equivalent of all ecological infrastructures, crop biodiversity, and genetic biodiversity. The sustainable agricultural production is aligned to the GBF that we are treat during these days, especially with the target 10 that is very focused on them, but also target 7, because all the practices is to use or to reduce pollution, with target 8, because minimize the impact of climate change, because the practices favoring the increase of carbon sequestration and build resilience, among other targets that we mentioned too. It's also aligned to the biodiversity strategy of the Green Deal of the European Commission that, for example, has to achieve a reduction of 50% of the most harmful pesticides in 2030. And we believe that the sustainable agricultural production is a practical and detailed attempt, because it's a very good example from the theory to practice, that I think it's a thing that these days is commented. And the intention is to supporting farmers at all the time in this transition to the agroecology systems.
Very interesting. You know, when we invite somebody from Catalonia for a panel on agriculture, we always think that, you know, they're going to bring some ham or something, but, you know, next time. Okay, now we will go to Philippines and ask Normita, what efforts have you made for the conservation, sustainable use, and integration of biodiversity in the agricultural sector?
Yeah, thank you so much. Basically, we implement agroecology. And as you know, the conservation of biodiversity is very much part of agroecology. So by promoting and implementing agroecology, we are able to contribute to the conservation of biodiversity as well. So we work very closely with our government. We try as much as possible. Although it's easier to work with local government than with the national government, we still try. So we are part of a technical working group, for instance, with our Department of Agriculture that engages the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. We are also part of the Department of Environment in the Philippines that engages the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity. So we try to build the capacities of farmers on agroecology. At the technical level, we train them on different agroecological practices like diversified and integrated farming systems, nutrient recycling, all those practices that help in transforming the agri-food food systems into more sustainable and resilient. So we use farmer field school as a methodology, learning methodology, and also we establish learning farms where farmers are training other farmers. We find this approach very effective and empowering farmers. And through that process, we are able to build the confidence of farmers. And whatever we do on the ground, we try to link it with policy advocacy. So the work on the ground provide evidences so that we can convince policymakers and government officials to support agroecology and conservation of biodiversity. So at the national level and even at the local level, we try to provide spaces whereby farmers can engage policymakers and government officials, and directly they can raise their concerns with our government officials. And then we try to link whatever we do at the national level and even at the local level at the international negotiation. So as part of the Philippine delegation to some of these negotiations, we are able to bring our concerns also. For instance, in the last COP15 of the CBD, we were able to push for human rights-based approach as part of the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework. It's hard work. We remember pushing for it together with UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants. But at the end, the UNDROP get draft of the resolution, and only the human rights-based approach made it to the resolution. So that's how we try to contribute to the conservation of biological diversity.
Thank you. And I should say that our major group, the local and subnational government at UN, is really close to Philippines because you know the importance of working locally. We thank you for that. Maintenant, on va aller avec Monsieur Gaman qui va peut-être nous amener une...
Now moving on to Mr. Gammon with a different perspective. He's the president of the Federation of Regional Natural Parks in France. Yes, and I'm also the mayor of a 200-resident municipality. This helps me to be very down to earth. And natural regional parks are related to a land project with government officials, and we try to protect and preserve the land. The idea is that on this land we have exceptional landscapes to preserve. We harmonize preserving natural spaces, as well as cultural spaces and local economy. Agriculture plays a role, of course, in the landscape. Agriculture and farmers who create the landscape, who shape it. All parks, we have 58 parks in France covering 17% of our land area. And we've always focused on sustainable agriculture. The approach is not to put guilt on farmers, but rather to support them into tending to move towards more sustainable practices. We work in a cross-cutting manner. When we talk about land planning, we have 30 or 40 people in charge of these projects, but we always have people talking to one another. Here's an example. In order to help promote agroecological practices, we have natural fields, and we wanted to incite to have flowery meadows, and we educated them about flowers that are diverse and beautiful. And we had specialists go to these meadows and look at this plant biodiversity. And we tried to convince them to say, you are a biodiversity stakeholder. And we convinced them, there was money involved. We have money involved in order to have them preserve these meadows. Beekeepers were very happy, of course, with keeping these flowery meadows for longer before we went on to harvest. So beekeepers, of course, were also very happy. And, even dairy farmers realize that the more flowers there are in the meadows they're eaten by their cows, the tastier the milk and the cheese becomes. Second example, we have mountain pastures, and these are very favorable for farmers because there's more plants and the temperatures are cooler. So we're looking for reopening these mountain pastures. These are high value sectors from a biodiversity perspective. So we said, okay, that's great that you have dairy cows in these pastures. That's great, but things don't operate as they used to. So, and all the milking equipment was an issue to get them way up there. With these mountain pastures, we have the population dwindling, and they need a semi-open environment, but we don't want trees to come back. So we need the pressure from cows that eat off the seedlings of these trees. So we funded routes so that farmers could conquer back these mountain pastures. So we do preservation in our parks, preserving nature by integrating economic activities, including agriculture. There's a lot of work with regards to education with all stakeholders, not just farmers. We try to educate everyone, including residents. You love this place. We tell them you love this place. You can be proud of this place. And please consume locally and encourage the people who work here. There's a lot of education in school settings as well. We're seeing challenges with regards to biodiversity, especially with regards to consumption. We really want to encourage these families to eat locally and to eat less processed foods. So this is the way that we go at this.
We propose local products. We work with the schools with local products again. And always we associate as many people as possible to the process communities and private and public sectors. To conclude, our objective is to preserve landscapes, preserve biodiversity, and for that we commit everybody, all actors. We want to give meaning to what we do, because regarding what efforts we dedicate to conservation, we have to answer a first question, that is, why do we want to do it? And that is because we want to protect a territory, a healthy territory, a beautiful territory, and our humans will be healthy if we do that. Quite so, I totally agree. So there's an important communication aspect in what you do, and there's also a public health sector, clearly. Marie-Josée Asselin from Quebec City, you're in charge of sustainable development and natural environment and responsible for biodiversity. What is it that the city of Quebec is doing to answer that question? It's always difficult to speak last after listening to all these beautiful initiatives. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all in the beautiful city of Quebec. The mayor of Quebec, Bruno Marchand, is with me to welcome you all. We hope you are enjoying your stay here. You're always welcome. In the framework of COP15, the city of Quebec decided to obtain a designation of UNESCO as a biosphere region. It is a mandate. It's a big mandate that will oblige us to behave as a biosphere region. Even though we're not there yet, we are elaborating right now our first strategy for biodiversity. We talked earlier about the importance of including everyone, so it must really go down in all our actions. The city of Quebec is a city that has an important and dense urban sector with surroundings that are less populated and a bit of agriculture around it. But we must, as you said earlier, for this to work well, everybody has to feel involved in these actions, and this is what we want to do. The city, we are a government of hyper proximity. We are working very closely from our citizens, and it starts with, for those who know Quebec City, well, we had a very strong culture of grass, bungalow, and the suburbs with a nice little green looking like a golf green. And it was part of the scenery in Quebec City. And little by little, we want to change these practices. We started 2 years ago. It was maybe banal, it may sound, but still, we have to change the culture from scratch. So we started to work. We started to no mowing in May, so the flowers, the spring flowers, would be able to grow. My father said, you're going to put your political at stake if you leave people, let people grow their weeds on their gardens. We give the citizens a little sign so they can put on their lawn a little sticker saying, well, I'm not going to mow my lawn because I want to be part of this challenge. The other day, there was a public consultation. There was a citizen in the back. I was looking at her. She came at the end. She gave me some honey at the end of the day, and she said, "Well, this no mowing in May is very important for me because you see, thanks to you, I can make more honey." So these are little things, but more and more it is important. Also, we have one of the most important regulation in the province of Quebec. We are going to prohibit pesticide, and we will also prohibit the selling these products. People will maybe buy it on the internet, but still, if we don't do that, well, of course, people can always buy things elsewhere, but still, it's a day after day work. We work with companies, especially companies in charge of lawn practices. We want to change practices with everyone for citizens used to put pesticides to prevent dandelions and things like that. Well, we have to change all these habits. We also change the management of what we used to call nuisances. People could get a fine if their grass was too high. Now we pushed up this regulation. We can have up to 30 centimeters high, so people can have more biodiversity on their lawn. Also, we changed the regulation regarding vegetable gardening. First, you could not put that in front of your house. It was only behind. It was not proper. It was not like the way we want to have all this land, everybody. But now people can grow vegetables in front of their houses. It's a little action, but there again, it's these little things that will contribute to a biodiversity, and it comes from the bottom. We were talking earlier about activities of awareness with the youth. Well, it's part of what we're doing. We also flexibilized our regulation to allow agriculture on the roof. We want to diminish all the regulation that we had that was a nuisance. It was hindering urban agriculture practice. For a second year also, we have started to work with Hydro-Québec, which had pieces of land for energy transportation. For example, there was nothing growing under these lines, and last year Hydro-Québec came to us with 2 pilots projects saying, would you accept that we let grow biodiversity under these lines? We thought it was a great idea, and we thought there would be absolutely no opposition, but finally we realized that there were some resistance, because biodiversity can trigger some fears. Will there be more insects, more animals? Will it be dangerous for my children? Will they suffer because they'll be all dirty and it won't be as clean and all that? So we had a pilot project of 1 year to realize that. I was joking the other day, nobody died, no problem, no bears in our cities. But this year, now we will have 39 such a corridor of biodiversity that will be left natural, and it will allow us to join our various zones of biodiversity. Last thing, I could continue and continue like that. It's difficult to I have friends from the city council here that they would probably wish me to talk about so many projects, but I'll limit myself to another one. We have a group that we have a support group to help our urban agriculture producers. We also have commercial agricultural production, urban agriculture. That means within the municipalities, small farms, mushroom production, bee production. These people are often very much in the innovation sector. They are all audacious, and with we need funding to help them. And Quebec Quebeculture gives them the means to share their good practices. And also, we talked earlier, this equipment is expensive. We have circular economy models that we can put forth. What is a waste for one can be an input for another, and another form of agriculture. We want these people to work together. So also we will add real estate promoters. So green roofs would become more and more present on our territory. But if there's nobody to take care of a green roof, well, it might just look good to have a green roof, but if it's not going to be used, it's a lost opportunity. So we are working for a second year with a group called OLAB that will be helping us with this initiative. You talked about earlier about the youth taking care of farms, farmers from farmers that are retiring. Well, we have the same process, and we have a system whereby farmers can rent out their farms, and they can receive the support of young farmers, because our young farmers have new ideas, and little by little everybody will change their practices. Thank you, Madame Asselin. A little question for our panelists coming from abroad. The population of Quebec, the great cities, about 550,000 people. We have the urban communities a bit bigger. So I would like to go back to what Philippe was saying, because as a mayor of a small community, 220 inhabitants, in the park we have about 80,000 inhabitants. And here is my second question, or a general comment to start with. You are excellent, but a bit long. So we'll be a bit shorter for the second question. What are the constraints or the opportunities also, and the challenges to that you have to face in order to blend in all these elements in terms of biodiversity in the agricultural sector? Philippe, first, you may want to answer, and you may link up with what is happening in your your municipality of 220 people. Go ahead, Philippe. Yes. I would insist, I like repeating that we are convinced that the key is there. The national policies must give the broad orientations and the big objectives, but the implementation must be made locally. We must trust the municipalities, the small communities, or a little town like mine. We know how to do these things. The problem often with the national policies, they want to define the rules that will apply to the act that has just been adopted. But these rules, and we want them to be the same throughout the territory and standardized. But it is not possible, because in a country such as ours, we have very varied territory. It is a real constraint. How many times us rural mayors, we have to say, this act cannot be applied on our territory. We should have been consulted. It's another way to look at politics altogether. Of course, from the point of view of the state, it means that we may lose a little bit of power. But we, in the regions, we know their territory, we know what is good, we know what is bad, we know what can be implemented, as you have done. You convince your population. It is also my role to do that as an elected official, to convince my population, giving meaning to things, explaining simply the problems and proposing solutions. This is the challenge that we have before us. And the other challenge we have, I talked about funding in 2 occasions. It is complicated, in France anyway. Very complicated. Little municipalities such as mine, I have 1 secretary half-time. That's it. That's my staff. And So this person cannot look for European funds. The advantage of having a structure such as the park that I referred to, we have 64 municipalities in a given territory. So we have there a team of about 30 persons that can set up an economic structure and give that to the territory. That's a challenge that we must face in the territories, in the rural territories. We talk about agriculture, we're more in a rural region, of course, even if we have a peri-urban agricultural, but that's another story. So these are two examples of how we can make sure that this biodiversity in agriculture can be integrated correctly in a good project and a political project that is implemented locally with local solutions. We have the know-how. We have many examples of micro experiences, as we referred to earlier. They are so important. It is really the project based on examples. We have to use concrete examples. Clearly, you believe in it. We can see that.
What Philip is saying is it's very important to use local knowledge as well to implement, but I'm sure that you have lots of constraint in the application, in the implementation of that.
Yeah. Well, after hearing what the previous speaker said, I'm envious with Quebec actually, because what I see as one of the most critical challenge that we faced, not only in the Philippines, but in many other countries, I think, is the lack of genuine support to the integration of biodiversity conservation in agricultural systems. So what the states and governments usually mouth, like agroecology and sustainable agri-food systems, on the one hand, is very much different on what they support, what they actually support. Like they support programs on large-scale monocropping systems, and they support distribution of agrochemical inputs and hybrid seeds to farmers that are left with no choice but to use these chemicals. So in most cases, in our experience, the influential and powerful agrochemical corporations wield a lot of influence on how the policies and agricultural programs are shaped. Not only in the Philippines, but in many countries in Southeast Asia where we work. That's why even if there is a general consensus on the need to transform the agri-food systems into more sustainable and resilient system, we cannot move ahead beyond rhetorics. So everybody is mouthing that, yes, we have to move to a more sustainable system. Yes, we support agroecology, but you cannot see it in actual programs of the government. I think a lot of it has to do with the way we view agri-food systems. Even this, before the coffee break, I heard this in one of the speakers, the prevailing narrative of feed the world. It's a productivist narrative, which is focused only on increasing productivity, in increasing yield, increasing production. But data would show that we have more than enough food. We have more than enough food to feed the global population. So what is the problem? The problem is we focus only on very few crops. Like grains, we only focus on 3. Rice, maize, wheat. And then we compete, the human beings compete with livestock because most of these grains are produced for animal feeds. And we also compete with cars. Who are we going to feed? The human beings or the cars with agrofuels? So there's a lot of other issues that are not discussed openly. We always use climate change as an excuse to increase production, to use techno-fixes to increase productivity. But I think that is the crux of the problem. With this narrative, the suppliers of commercial agricultural inputs ended as the winner because they reap billions of dollars in profit for selling their agrochemicals. Even in the Philippines, for instance, instead of providing options to the farmers who would like to practice agroecology, who have difficulty finding organic inputs, for instance, that they can use, the government, instead of offering options, they distribute agrochemicals. So there's no option for farmers. And even in the market, you cannot find these organic inputs. So because the agrochemical companies has controlled the market already. And if you're going to look at the data globally, only 3 agrochemical companies are reaping more than 50% of the sales of agrochemicals. So in effect, our food security is in the hands of very few agrochemical companies.
Normita, can I ask you a question? When we have a global framework that is decided by all the parties, is that help you, like with Target 7, for example? Is that make a pressure on your government to do differently?
We use this as a tool. So it helps us in a way, but we have to work so hard to convince them to use it. But at least we have a tool to use to compel them to implement it.
Bon, au moins, à l'ONU, on travaille pas pour rien, des fois, c'est bon.
So at least we're not working for nothing at the UN. Sometimes it works.
In your country, in Catalonia?
I think it's very different. Although there are multiple recognized benefits of biodiversity at the farm level, these days we comment a lot, it cannot be denied either that several of the agricultural practices involved in protecting biodiversity may lead to an increased effort by farmers. On the one hand, there must be financial and technological transfer support for the government, but on the other hand, a significant challenge for farmers is to move the economic effort forward along the value chain up to the consumer. Communication of this effort, I think it's very important, and a possibility is a certification schemes or labels. But we have another challenge because nowadays there are a lot of public and private certifications, and then there is a competence too. On the other hand, the assessment of biodiversity is fundamental for a successful integration at farm level. For that, digital tools like farm information management systems that includes biodiversity information are necessary. However, said our colleague, the digital gap in the agricultural sector is a real constraint, and the public authorities need to address. It's in our case, in Catalonia, we offer a free tool, is a digital tool for farmers, and now we'll start with the formation. And for the other hand, that we said, we are consulted the technical rule that we are defined to the techniques who assess farmers and to the farmers organization to participate about these practices. And they said that the lack of the government support to the biodiversity. In our case, we are working in a public call of a high natural value agriculture that we want to assess the farmers in biodiversity and to make some investment of this assessment related to biodiversity. And on the other hand, for the chemical, in our case, the Catalan government, we promote organic fertilizer, and we want to recycle nutrients because we have a lot of manure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. deux points de vue vraiment différents. Christian, vice-président de la communauté urbaine Le Havre.
2 points of view quite different. Christian from La Seine in France, the floor is yours. How are things in your region? Well, it could be better. I totally agree with what our colleagues from Philippines have just said regarding governments and our lack of power when we want to change these things politically. Just before the election, we always hear good things about more green, and when the election is gone, they change idea. So it's been going on for quite a while in France also. So it's the same problem. Business first, behind this production of chemical products. So this really we're important in a way. We want to go forward, as Philippe was saying in his intervention. I'm a mayor, I've been mayor for 29 years now. First thing we did is to stop phytosanitary products in the highways. And Marie-Josée talked about it too. I think locally it is indispensable that rural mayors, with the little means that they have, they do try to change things, but it's not easy. We work with schools so they could understand things. For example, during the break, during recess, we talk about composting, and we explain things like that. And then we can grow tomatoes. We're going to eat them during lunchtime. So when we're a child, we understand better these things sometimes. So I strongly believe in that. So we work a lot with these issues. I talked about it earlier. We have to regroup producers, not divide them. Producers today sometimes are totally dependent on chemicals. They don't know how to do things differently because one day they were told that's the way you do things. You plant, you put the chemicals, and all is fine, and bye-bye. But so you have to change this model. We work with our agricultural schools. So at the very start, when they get their training, they get other information. And we cannot hold anything against the farmers today. It's difficult for them to change their economic models. When you are profitable, we don't want to change things. And to work more to get less, of course. But politicians, we have the power to change things and to make these new ideas go forward. And it is a responsibility for all of us. Our big challenge is a matter of water resources. It is a big problem. If we did not intervene with the European community for some 20 years now, I can say it quite clearly. Maybe there would be no water or no drinking water anyway from the tap. Water has, if you want it to be drinkable, well, you have to do things. In big cities now, we have this problem. We have phyto problems that were spread in the 70s, and now they are in the water reservoirs. So we have to spend our money differently. And we may gain a lot in sanitary health, and you must be ready to invest in this. We must change some ideas also, because today in France, many of us are very happy to say, well, organic products are more expensive. And those who cannot afford it, well, they use industrial chemicals, but that's not how we're going to get any success. I would like to know to who will profit from that? Well, big distributors, because big distributors in the food sector, well, they're not very much into organic, of course. So this has changed, but that is the truth. We have to face this reality.
Well, the consumers are responsible for that. If they only buy organic products, then the conventional products will have to give up. And this is what I wanted to say. Well, convinced that it can contribute to the human health and the health of the earth. Thank you. Christian and Marie-José, you talked about this a bit before, but I think that there is also, of course, at your level, restrictions and opportunities too. So please briefly go ahead. I really liked what Felipe said earlier about competency. We may be a large city of 500,000 people. We're nevertheless a municipal level of government. And above us, we have provincial regulations and federal regulations. And in spite of the fact that we're a large city, we have restrictions. When I talked about pesticide regulations, technically, it's provincial regulations, and we went a bit further than we thought because our legal advisor said, go ahead with what you want to do. And if we are outside our jurisdiction, well, they'll tell us, but we stretched our luck on that because we went a bit outside of our field of jurisdiction. We know how to do things. People out on the land are farmers. They know what to do. They know how to do things, but they also have to be able to have room to maneuver and leverage to be able to experiment at the local level for all these initiatives. You talked earlier about children and education, but the children have major expectations toward us, toward the adults, toward the elected officials in schools. When I see that they're working on awareness on recycling, as you said earlier, you have to put the cardboard here and the glass there. And in the school, if there are no containers to put the recycled materials because it's under the school board, which didn't inform their janitors that they have to do recycling, then we also have issues. And we train children and explain to them why. But as an adult, we're not able to answer their questions and the anxiety that the young people have toward their future. In spite of the fact that we're a large city, we have not a food desert, but areas where the only way that you can get closer is like they have fast food, you have McDonald's, and there's like a surplus, but there's fast food and not much access to healthy local products. It's the same thing in our case, it's more expensive. Those who are more vulnerable economically will often have to turn to fast food outlets or ready to eat or larger distributions that are not what's best for their health or their family. I would say that we will have to, we have our new vision of agriculture and agri-food development. There are people having a meeting for the city this afternoon, and they're very enthusiastic because we had a vision from 2015 to 2025, and in 10 years we'll have a major change and we'll come out with a new version. And I think that we'll do better with the agriculture. We've done a lot for citizen urban agriculture, but I think we need to work harder with our farmers who do commercial agriculture. In a city such as Quebec, an issue we have is reconciling uses. We have to take less space on the ground and develop agriculture in a territory that is densely populated. Well, we have a surrounding area where it's possible to do it, but within our urbanization area, it's more difficult because the farmers have to be innovative with vertical culture approaches and using roofs and other can be an interesting approach. We have to reconcile major crises in Quebec. There's a housing crisis, so we have to find shelter for our people, and we still have to develop expectations so everyone can have a roof over their heads if they don't have anywhere to live. More than 30% of their income goes to the shelter, then food suffers. And we want to integrate food security in our next vision of agricultural activity development, because the contribution of proximity agriculture will also make it possible, it should make it possible to provide better food security for our citizens. So working on local circles and where people can get food from somewhere that's close to where they live and not only rely on products brought in from hundreds of kilometers away for our grocery stores, but have farmers that are really on a proximity basis that will enable our families to get a proper food and adequate housing, the biodiversity, the different crises, the climate crisis, the housing crisis, to be able to work together to deal with all those uses for the best results for our citizens and for our future. But to think about 10, 15, 20 years ahead, we can't afford to have a short-term view. We don't really need to have a long-term view about how we want to develop our city, because we do not want to miss a chance to do things well. It's 5 minutes to midnight. It's rare a politician that has a long-term view. We have no choice. People sometimes tell us, politically, it'll cost you that decision because that's not a popular decision. But we cannot work based on the next election. We have to work beyond ourselves. Politicians are temporarily there in an organization or a community. If it's not us, somebody else will take over. But I think we have to be able to look further ahead than one term. In Quebec, it's not long. The terms of office are 4 years. They go by quickly, but I think you have to be able to take a longer-term view. I imagine that Christian has a longer-term view because he's been there for a long time, right? Yes, indeed. I'd like us to, of course, with Marie-Josée, we entered into the whole solutions side of things, but we looked at the constraints, the challenges, and opportunities. So in your view, what are the real solutions to be able to better integrate this biodiversity in agriculture and also in food? Well, in the urban community, we have policies, but we have a national policy that has just been brought in. It's the Ganim law, in fact, that requires communities to have food in their cafeterias that are 50% from local production and 20% organic. So this law, if it was properly enforced now, we would already open up opportunities for our producers to produce more on a proximity basis. So this is part of the solutions. It is really to have the public authorities bringing solutions for our organic farmers who have a hard time because it's complicated. There are climate fluctuations and a lot of issues that they have to deal with. And in addition, they don't have the outlets because consumers turn up their noses at those products because they're more expensive. So that's one of the solutions. And the policy, I think, has to fulfill its role. Thank you. Normita.
You explained that there's lots of problems. So what are the solutions for you?
Well, actually, there are a number of good policies at the national level and even at the international level. The problem is a huge gap in the implementation. So there is a need to really push government to implement what is on the paper, the policy that we have. For instance, in the Philippines, we have Organic Agriculture Act, but it's not implemented. We have the most progressive Indigenous People Rights Act, but it's not properly implemented also. So I think there's a need for more participatory governance so that governments will be compelled to implement what is in the policy. Also, there are a number of initiatives to encourage biodiversity-friendly agricultural practices. But in most cases, those initiatives are not based on ground realities. So that, in effect, it is only the well-off or better-off farmers who are benefiting from those initiatives, and the resource-poor farmers are again marginalized. So there is a need also to purposive targeting of partners who should benefit from this initiative. Also very important for me is to bring back the integrity of scientific research as a public good. Because in recent years, I believe because of maybe lack of funding and also because of the intellectual property regime, the value of scientific research has been diluted in such a way that they do research to serve the interests of big corporations rather than to serve the interests of smallholder farmers. So it's very important that we bring back, like in many countries in Southeast Asia, because of the fees that, for instance, the plant breeding institutions get from plant variety protection, many of the governments already remove the funding for research because they feel that they earn already from the protection of the varieties that they produce. But it's not enough actually, because they don't have the capacity to produce the seeds. They can do breeding and they can get protection and they can get paid for that protection, but that is only one-off payment. In the end, they have to sell the licenses to the seed companies who can multiply the seeds and distribute it. So in the end, it is again the seed corporations who benefit. So these are all interlinked. So it's very important that we include farmers in the whole process so that they can also try to influence decision-making.
Absolutely. Very inspiring. Thank you. And it's really the theme of that panel, that all of society approach, which is very, very important. On a vu à très grande échelle, si on allait dans un village, disons, de
We looked at
200.
things at a large scale, but if we looked at a scale of 220 people, what would be the solutions, among other things? Yes, as far as solutions, as we said, is to have initiatives at a different level. The important thing is that everyone has to be able to act at their own level. Acting is important psychologically. The individual citizen has to have the ability, they do what they can. It's already an action to, well, psychologically it's important in a small commune such as mine. People do what they can, like my colleague. In your case, in a city, in a large city, you do different things with different financial means, but it is to take actions, even if they're legislative restrictions or whatever. You've still, in spite of it, you have a certain local power to get things done. That's really what it is. And that is also what is going to prevent the kind of thing that we see appearing, eco-anxiety and the young generation. They're completely paralyzed by saying, that's it, we're finished. We're already up against the wall. There's nothing to be done. Nothing is worse than that. No, there's still things that we can do. So it's really to show the example, to set the example at all levels. On policies, there's a question of we have to continue with our agro-environmental measures and reward and recognize the services rendered by a certain form of agriculture, payment for environmental services. And more recently in France, we've seen that. Maybe surprised, but in the Federation of Parks, we worked on that. The government pays, since 2 years now, they pay an amount for biodiversity and rural amenities, and this money goes directly to the commune. And the commune are there to protect regional parks. It's a recognition to say that these communes are ultimately participating in rendering a service to the country, in particular by means of what they produce, but through common assets that they preserve and so on. And for the mayors, it was very encouraging. 3,000 euros, and the envelope was doubled. It's been decided for the whole country, it's €1 million, or 6,000 euros rather. It's not much, but I can do a lot with it, of course, because it's a small action, but it's significant and well targeted, which is going to give meaning. So add another level of thinking. And I also think in agriculture, quality being important with the protected labeling from geographic origin. So recognizing the value of agricultural products and making quality. There's a great demand nowadays to consume products of quality and to make sure that the margins go directly to the farmers. This is one of the solutions, and we do encourage those policies. Those actions are local. A little example of that for the margins going to the farmers. We were able to preserve in our territory what we call dairy cooperatives for manufacturing cheese that has existed for decades. It is a place where farmers bring their milk every day, morning and evening, and cheese is produced. The building belongs to them because they've mutualized it. They hire staff who are their employees. So the cooperatives buy their own milk. They define it. It's not much. There are 10 or 15 of them, not more than that. And they determine the purchase price. They decide how much they'll pay themselves for the milk. Then they sell the cheese and they have a store right on site. And there are urban people who come up there and they buy the cheese directly, and there's no transportation involved. So, in other words, there are zero intermediaries and 100% of the margin goes to the farmers. So this can be done more broadly in other areas of production. It's very simple, and it's a very old practice in our case. It makes a lot of sense, and it works. But with the Federation of Parks, we also developed a brand that's called the Park Value, Valeur Park. So it's a brand. We have brands for products and for accommodation and so on that respects the values that we advocate in our national and regional parks that are based on sustainable development and respect of the territory. So we have a certain number of criteria, and the Federation uses this branding. And also there's the ownership or belonging to the territory, being proud of it, the desire to protect it. People are under an emblem and they're proud of it, and they put a sticker on their car and so on. So you advocate it very well. Elisanda.
Mentioned before, the new scheme of sustainable agricultural production is one of the instruments that this government is deploying to promote the conservation and the sustainable use of biodiversity at farm level. In 2023, a public call addressed to the farmer was launched to provide economic aid for those farmers interested to obtain a sustainability report. Quantified in 2 million euros. More than 800 farmers respond to the call of fruit and vegetable crops. And this report allows the farmer to identify which practices need to be improved, implemented, or reinforced. Related to biodiversity, the sustainable report calculates the ecological infrastructure index as a proxy of biodiversity. At the same time, the data collected has already been used as a first assessment of the situation regarding the status of the farm surface devoted to ecological infrastructures. And it ranged from 3.8%, similar to our colleague, in conventional farm, to almost 10% in organic farms. The data also showed the difficulty in maintaining the species biodiversity, the crop biodiversity, in very specialized fruit farms. On the other hand, for both fruit and vegetable farms, the genetic biodiversity was deemed sufficient, not being a limiting factor for sustainability in case of Catalan farm. This scheme, the Sustainable Agriculture and Production, is included. We try to accompany all the farmers that interested because it's voluntary, the farmers who want to do the transition, and at the same time is complementary to the organic farm. In case of Catalonia, for example, we have an action plan to promote to the organic farm. Nowadays, we have 9% of the surface of crop in organic farm. And in case if with the pastures, we arrive at 23% of the surface. And in case of vineyard, we have more than 50% of the surface in organic farm, in case of Catalan. Overall, we consider the sustainable agricultural production a very useful tool for both, for farmer and for public administration. For farmer, to identify which areas need more effort to improve the sustainability, and for public administration to make policies biodiversity conservation based on data on a large sample of the people who enter this information. In Catalonia too, we have a natural park networks. We have protected more than 32% of the surface with a protected area, and they are working for a brand too. And there are specific projects in some regional parks that they promote local farmers, they promote the local products and the sustainable production. And for this project that we don't have a lot of time to explain all the details because we have defined all the practices, we have an extensive presentation that we could share with whoever is interested on knowing more details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. On me fait des gros yeux parce qu'il nous reste 9 minutes.
You were rolling your eyes because we have only 9 minutes left, but that's excellent. So I would like us to turn to the public because it's really a privilege for you, because we have people who can express different viewpoints on this problem and on these solutions. So that's no problem. I'll give them the floor. You'll be able to fill these 10 minutes. So are there any questions or comments from the hall? Yes? Please go to the microphone. It'll be easier that way. Yes. So can you hear me? Yes, yes. Raymond Goulot, farm producer. I'm retired. I think I would like to really emphasize the territorial approach. The information from Northern France gave us a good explanation. I think the dialogue is interesting at the level of the territory. And when the territory is too big and everything comes from far away, well, each territory has its own specificities. And that's where I believe the territorial-based approach is the approach of tomorrow. The approach of the future will be a territorial-based governance. It's very important. I think we need to work on that and have dialogue within this small territory to arrange it so that we can do things right. And I want to particularly acknowledge the lady representing the city of Quebec. You have a very accurate and global outlook, and with education of children, I think it's essential. We have brought together a little group of producers in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and for a training, and I want to share that training with you because I think you're at that level right now. Thank you. It was really very interesting. Thank you. Thank you. So hats off to everyone. We'll be happy to look at your training program. Yes, a question or a comment, sir? An observation. Fabrice Weems, a law professor in Pays Basque in France. I'm on food security law, and recently some international work with Geneviève Perrin, a white paper on the topic, and everything I heard since yesterday. I could talk to you for half an hour about it. It's very rich, and I'm very enthusiastic about it. It's very encouraging, but I'll try to limit it to 3/4 of a minute, if I may. What I would like to make as an observation from a legal viewpoint in this international work is that in terms of law, we have everything we need. Perhaps we even have too much law. There are too many rules, and the law was done on a silo basis. That's been said many times. The questions are compartmentalized. All of the law concerning agriculture hasn't been thought through to provide concrete rights to everyone on healthy food and a healthy environment. It's oriented toward the market. It's based on commerce and free circulation of products. The law is full of contradictions and contradictory injunctions, and the law is variable in its effectiveness. We've been able to reproduce the disconnect between the decompartmentalization of the market. There's a market side and a commerce side, and then there's society. There's the UN on the one side and the OMC on the other side, or WTO. So there's animal feed and there's biofuels. I want to wind up quickly, but ultimately to ask the question, look at the market as a form of social organization. Everything you've shown us based on your experiences indicates that there is a return, a feedback from policy, and the elected officials have shown this as a kind of a counter-communal model. You know, Pierre Lass, a sociologist, a French sociologist, says, we talked about agriculture, not so much about the small farmers, their society, and there's also this counter model. There are also communities that make territorial food measures, but we have to respect local food, but also we have to respect all the way up to international competition or at the regional level, which has its rules. So we'll have to accept that we have to think outside the box of the state. We have to question state sovereignty, which was built at the international level. And I think that food sovereignty can indeed allow us to question the responsibility of states that have abandoned parts of their sovereignty, a loss of economic sovereignty. We don't control what circulates in terms of food or other merchandise. There are demands that are formulated, and food are virtually treated as normal merchandise. And this is what you do, and this is where I'll really wind it up. Sorry, I said it 3 times, but we have to construct it, call it whatever you want. It's not a matter of words, but we have to construct food democracy. In other words, the stakeholders at the local level and in the territory, they have to be given power. But do we have to agree to reintegrate the human rights in the corpus of the legal framework of international trade? So human rights within the trade regulations, then we could reconcile markets and societies and think, as the special report of the UN, Michael Sackley said, to think about the right to food in political terms. That's food democracy. Ecologically, that's the reconciliation of nature and society. And in economic terms, which is to question the economic model renewed with substantial economic aspects. Why not in solidarity? And I'm sorry to get carried away a little bit, but thank you very much. Thank you. May I? The door is open. I would like to pick up on that. I think that free trade has opened up, or has dragged us down, actually, in a terrible way. The opening of markets, as Brian Rowley said, compare yourself to the best on the planet. That'll force you to improve. But we measure ourselves against scandalous thieves, and we have a minute and a half left. So we would like the panelists to be able to conclude. And I'd just like to say that people in Quebec, in agriculture, have developed a cultural exception. Very quickly, they had about 100 African countries and Francophone countries sign on, and now in Quebec, there's protection. I think we need to do the same thing. We have it for cultural products. We do this with food. Music, for example, is the food for the spirit, but food is food for the body. Thank you. Please conclude. Thank you. So we have 55 seconds left. So the concluding words, all of this give you hope? Yes or no? Go ahead. 20 seconds each. I think given this crisis we've seen, given these issues, I think we have 3 ways we can respond. We can all roll up and pack it in and give up, or we can deny it and say it won't be all that bad. Everything will be fine. And the climate crisis, well, we're in denial, or we take action. So what I retain from this is this will to act at all levels. Ultimately, this will to act at all levels so that we can come out of this crisis and be able to feed our people in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Oui, sinon on serait pas là et on
Philip,
ferait-
very quickly. Yes, of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't do what we do if we wouldn't have hope. I believe in humans and in our hearts. We can see with natural disasters, we see humanity and solidarity. And this is what we need to cultivate within ourselves in order to move to something always better and for wellness and knowing how to be. This is fundamental to me. Christian. Well, let me quote who said, "The house is burning down and we're looking away." But right now, I'm very happy that we're looking at what's burning down.
Do you have hope for the future? Yes.
Yes, I think that we are starting a new path, and I hope that the farmers respond.
Great. Normita, you have the last word.
Yeah. If we can only address the insatiable greed of big corporations and stop the corruption in the government, then we are already halfway through in solving the problem.
Mesdames et messieurs, votre panel.
Un grand merci. Je pense qu'on a entendu des propos très fascinants et on aurait
I believe we've heard fascinating remarks, regardless of the dimension and characteristics of the land. What matters is to commit to acting. So great call to action. Okay, so people from other sessions are going to come back into the room. Let's give them a few minutes before we resume for a last plenary of the day. Thank you. All right, so Geneviève Parent will be leading us, and we have less than 1 hour.
Alors, dernière portion de notre...
Okay, last plenary of the day. A very important session if you're like me. You dream to be able to clone yourself to listen to all what is said in the sessions because this is so enriching. And it's too bad we can't be everywhere at once. Let me remind you what we covered. We had 7 sessions divided in 3 themes. First, sustainable use of biodiversity and biodiversity-friendly practices. Under this theme, there were 3 sessions. One about Target 4, one about Target 10, and one about Target 11. The second greater theme was the national policy and national instruments. The third theme was constraints, opportunities, and challenges ahead. So this is Target 16, 18, and 19, because we also opened the door to discussing 19 while discussing number 18. We talked about the whole of society approach, so this was outside of the specific targets. Okay, so for the first theme, we discussed Target 4, conserving and sustainably using genetic resources for food and agriculture. This was facilitated by Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Massou. So for each of your remarks, you understand that we have about 45 minutes. So I know it's a huge challenge. I heard your session and it was very fruitful, but let's try to be concise and focus on the highlights. 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes. Yes, good evening. I facilitated the session with Mr. Alvarez, and I must thank the panel because everything I'll say is from our panelists. We thank Hassan, Hugo, and Mario, especially. We also had Songnibe, Yasmina, and Vincent, and Andisha. Why do I start with naming them? The huge diversity of this team. We have people from Canada, First Nations, Canadian First Nations, Morocco, Niger. So we see some shared challenges. One aspect was using traditional knowledge and reclaiming. Having research and policies that support these aspects. We were answering 3 questions, focusing on what is going on currently. We talked about agroforestry, agroecology, crop rotation, we also talked about participative approaches, about dealing with seeds, with farmers, with ways to share knowledge, and also give visibility of what we call opportunistic cultures, so that some crops that were neglected, essentially. So how can we focus on those? We learned from the Wendat community, especially to look at beans, squash, corn, and when these are grown together with intercropping, they provide a synergy. So this was extremely interesting with regards to indigenous and ancient knowledge. We also need to take into account the current constraints: demographics, urbanization, excessive use of meadows, pollution, invasive species. We also talked about infrastructure, especially in developing countries, and with genetic material banks, and with knowledge transfer, how these are transferred from one generation to the next. We need to acknowledge fragmentation. I worked for the Canadian Agency for Food Sanitation, and I know that bureaucracy has its strong suits and its weaknesses. Another constraint was how to empower indigenous communities in order to include them with regards to conservation efforts and show what we have lost and what we can gain back in terms of biodiversity. To conclude about the political aspect, one thing we need to keep in mind is we're not reinventing the wheel. How can we adapt local initiatives? there needs to be an economic aspect because there needs to be economic value that can't be neglected. We need a local governance system where communities participate with a type of framework and some guidance. We also talked about adapted crops in order to safeguard, especially indigenous knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you. A very interesting panel that reminds us how biodiversity is so closely related to culture. Thank you so much. Okay, second session under theme 1, sustainable management of agricultural and aquacultural areas through biodiversity-friendly practices. Target 10. The facilitators were Lionel and François. Yes, thank you for giving us the floor. I'd like to really, again, thank our panelists. We had also a fantastic panel. We looked at the matter of sustainable agricultural practices being crucial for addressing climate change. This is not new. This was present in the Aichi plan, but what's new is, well, we used to have as a target conserving biodiversity, but now we're upgrading it on using. Conservation is still there, but we focus on the fact that sustainable farming must be used on sustainable use of biodiversity. And we talk about biodiversity-friendly practices. We didn't just sit in theory. There were a lot of concrete examples. One of them with agroforestry in Africa and Latin America, with the roles of cooperatives to promote agroforestry in various production systems. Then we had a presentation on multifunctional landscapes and agroecology. Very technical. Unfortunately, the panelist wasn't with us in person, but having an agroecological approach and merging it with, say, satellite data and other modern methods to upgrade our practices. That's what he discussed. Then we discussed regenerative agriculture in Brazil. We had a few remarks about how important it is to offer farmers who want to adopt these practices, an appropriate return on investment. The third part was to know what are the challenges that we face. We heard about Christian Taillon. He is a Quebecois farmer with over 30 years of experience on his plot and on his implementation of these measures. I must say that this was very impressive, and the challenges that he brought forward. Oh, I don't have my notes anymore. My computer battery just died. But what matters the most is that of costs and return on investment. Implementing practices that may be more respectful of biodiversity early on requires a cost. So how can we cover these costs? And how can we, with income, have enough wherewithal to continue this approach? This was the crucial part. Other challenges alluded to the fact that biodiversity-friendly approaches are labor-intensive, require a lot of manpower, and staff that needs to be found and that generates costs. Also access to property. These are points that were also mentioned in other sessions. A few additional remarks with regards to our discussion about policies. Something that was crucial is maintaining policies with regards to food security, biodiversity, climate change, having harmonization and pooling of the means in order to be effective. We want a situation where we have 1 + 1 = 3. We want synergy. And of course, governments have a huge role to play, as well as all stakeholders. Something that's very interesting is with regards to research. One presentation alluded to the fact that it's important to learn. It's not just something you implement and go, done deal. But rather, we need to keep learning, but we also need turnkey solutions. So there's a balance to be achieved there. To conclude, I mean, I could talk for a long time here, but we always discuss the same things. So a farmer income, soil. So there you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, under theme 1, sustainable use of ecosystem services, target number 11. Yes, we had a very fruitful conversation. We had five panelists. We had good representativeness, 2 farmers being represented, and 2 academics plus 1 person from public institutions. We thank Mr. Stéphanie, Mr. Jeka, Ms. Kassongo, and Ms. Audet Giraud. There was a lot of interaction with the audience. We do want to acknowledge that and thank them for that. So the target focuses on ecosystem services and the matter of restoring and enhancing nature's contribution to people, especially with regards to soil health, pollination, risk reduction, and disease management. There were presentations on these 3 themes: pollination, soil health, and reduction of disease risk. We looked at agricultural practices and the role of research in order to ground good practices and the role of public powers that be. One of the challenges listed was what to do to promote reinforcing good agricultural practices. We want to reinforce collaboration between farmers, academics, and try to foster interactions in this way. But we need to go beyond that. We need to exchange information amongst peers so that good practices be appropriately adapted and adopted. So trying to find ways to network and to promote these types of exchanges amongst peers. We also talked about research programs and their sustainability. Oftentimes these research programs just stop or get phased out, and it's difficult to achieve something long term. With regards to promoting best practices, having relevant indicators was mentioned, so needing reliable indicators especially. Then with regards to challenges again, building a bridge between good practices and economic sustainability. The impact of good practices, we do have numbers about them, but it's still difficult to convince decision makers and lawmakers so that there are concrete measures put in place in order to promote these systems.
Also, we talked about making an analysis of the cost and benefits of all agricultural practices, including the traditional practices, because we want to show the added value of the ecosystemic services and good practices. It would be interesting to make such an analysis of the traditional practices to be able to have a comparison, because there are a lot of hidden costs with traditional practices, and these costs are covered by all the society. So it would be something to take into consideration, the cost for depollution, health costs that are covered by the whole society. And finally, last point that was mentioned, it is the decision makers. How can we convince them? Also, it was mentioned that we have to have a better collaboration between the various departments in order to put into balance all the policies. Also, we talked about promoting a model, One Health model, where we look at the health of ecosystems and we link that to human health and health of plants and animals. And finally, it was mentioned also the necessity to have incentive from decision makers and to recognize the efforts of farmers to develop good practices and ecosystemic approaches. Indeed, on the topic of the regulatory framework, we have to say that there was a very interesting discussion on these issues. For example, it was a question on the possibility to link this up with the schemes linked to health and the right of environment and food law and the points in common. And I talked about an interesting aspect, this obligation of not provoking any damages and which also prevention, indemnities. We had an interesting discussion also on the responsibility of farmers. It was mentioned during these 2 days, and the responsibility of this throughout the chain, who is responsible for what. So this idea of responsibility and accountability is quite important. We also mentioned the economic recognition of the work of women and children and the right to a remuneration for systemic work. Sometimes they should be included in certain policies, but we have to look at that. And also, as Frederick has said, the whole issue of subsidies. In this respect, the support programs for the training initiatives is important. We also had interesting discussions on research towards the field, but also the field towards research. So training in both directions. We have to take into account all of the knowledge, scientific knowledge, but also the knowledge from the field coming from farmers themselves. So you see, they were quite nice. Both reporters got together so they could have a little more time. I saw you there. Anyway, topic 2, there was only one session on target 14, talking about policies and national instruments. It was animated by Jean-Frédéric Morin and Hugo Munoz. Yes, good evening. As Geneviève has just mentioned, it was a session in which I was with Jean-Frédéric, and we proposed a sample of experiences of the American continent and the African continent. It was very interesting because we were looking at biodiversity, but in fact, we were talking about real estate policies, food policies, and agricultural policies. So in fact, we were wondering, is there not a policy, a politics of biodiversity? Because it's a conclusion of all the other politics. It's important because it could be quite different in a few years. We could see in this presentation and in this sample 2 different approaches, sometimes in contradiction one with the other. The first approach presented a link between agriculture and the protection of biodiversity. And this tension was quite there with the planning, zonification, how we determine the usage of a given territory, a given land in a given place. We also saw that this planning normally is made by the law and constraints, legal constraints, but more and more climate events that will more and more determine what we will use the land for, because when we see that agricultural land will not be usable anymore, well, we have to see what we can do with them. So this can all evolve very rapidly. We looked at various factors which are important to take into account with this evolution. First, economic resources, technological resources, biotechnology, genetic addition, and also the new generations in agriculture and the links between men and women in agricultural production. We also see there is a collective element where farmers can put them together, get together to better plan the territory, the use of the territory. And all this will be reflected in the policies. So that's the first approach. The second approach is not based on tension, but rather based on convergence, where we see that biodiversity needs farmers and farmers need biodiversity. So we have seen many actions, many models in which we could see that things were going better. But we also saw that there were small models, and we were wondering, is there a possibility of a scalability in this model? So the conclusion was that diversity of models is the best, and the best way to contribute to preserve biodiversity. And on the basis of these 2 approaches, we throughout the day, we looked at the question of, is it a conflict or an opportunity? of convergence. And in fact, the farmers are the custodians of biodiversity, in conclusion. So thank you very much. On the last theme 3, we talked about the role of consumers, value chains that we talked about a few times since yesterday. Then we talked about Target 16, and that was facilitated by Alexandre and his colleague. Thank you. The first thing that I would like to say that I might be a bit confused because it was very biodiverse session, and we started the session with the presentation of Sylvain Kassongo, who allowed us to emphasize the main objective that we had in this session, which was how can we go beyond this constraint of access to market that was mentioned in the consultation and that we saw throughout the session? Or how can the market allow us to give more value to various biodiverse products? So how can a farmer sell diverse products? Also, the same problem came up with the Association of Enhancement of the Bovine Race in Canada. How do we go about collecting a little amount of products in various places and to process them when we don't want to do everything at the farm? What collective organization can we have for this type of products? Miriam Nobre, a feminist organization from Brazil, talked about a few examples of women organization where 70 women market more than 300 products. This is done thanks to exchanges between groups of producers, women producers, and group of consumers. Alain Girard is from the Institute of Tourism of hotel industry in Quebec. He talked about a product that from the forest that can be consumed and how this can be a gateway for the consumers, for example, regarding tourism for mushrooms. A colleague from Senegal talked about how aquaculture could contribute to diversity and ensure good economic development, knowing that 98% in this sector are women. And Sambatra Kizia, a young professional in Madagascar, tried to give us a general overview of the food systems, wondering how we can have various gateways towards biodiversity. This gives us a general idea of the richness and diversity. And what is quite clear is that the idea of marketing various products is simple, direct sales, of course, but it's not enough because it takes a lot of time. And also because many things cannot be done alone. We have a question of collective organization, how we can convince big actors to accept, to play a role in the promotion of biodiversity. Public purchasing also that was mentioned for schools. It plays an important role to support small producers and to train and educate children in schools. And generally speaking, there's a very broad question on training, information on different products, how to cook products. Some of them are traditional products that we forgot about, and others are almost political, like yam in Brazil. And there's also the question of collection. And we realized there that the diversity of the distribution circuits and actors is also a factor of a support factor in biodiversity and for diversification of sources of income for farmers. The farmers around the round table use various distribution circuits with different vocation. Madame Kassongo mentioned, for example, the fact to sell to wholesalers allowed her to have contract and allowed her to take loans. And if you would sell to local commerce could allow her to sell different kind of products. It could be brought by small consumers, and there's less loss, and we diversify more. So all these elements were very practical. Diversity of all these practices was quite interesting. The collective organization was also key. And this question of diversity, the way we sell, the diversity of products, this also is based on identities, identity of the farmer, identity of the consumer, collective identity amongst the producers and consumers. All this linked to the territory itself, linked to social groups, and this is a form of advocacy and activism, and sometimes some forms of political activism, broadly speaking. And we use, I heard a very important sentence as regards the role of consumers, and that is, where does the food I eat comes from? I will stop here. So now the second session on theme 3 was dealing with target 18 and 19. Regarding the incentives, the use of biodiversity, economic performance, it was facilitated by Jérôme and Lionel. Jérôme? Thank you, Geneviève. First, I would like to thank you and the whole team. What we hear here is really very rich. You did a tour de force with intervention of very high level. And I think we'll benefit from that in the months to come. So congratulations. So target 18 is quite simple. We have $1,800 billion in incentive to practices destroying biodiversity. So the target would be that before 2025, we would make a list identifying the subsidies that we should diminish, and with the objective to diminish them by $500 billion. So a third of these supports that should disappear and be modulated and channeled towards positive support for biodiversity. So we had this dialogue with the presentation of 4 panelists. It was very diverse, not only geographically, but also with respect to various scales. We had a producer here in Quebec showing the challenges at the farm, gave us a good idea of the incentives and subsidies available for producers here, and also solutions, possible solutions to counter speculation, for example, in the sustainable use trust. We had also an excellent example, a multinational with a value chain of cacao presented by Brigitte Laliberté, who showed some incoherencies in and the support that are given in a certain continent, processing in another continent, with the incapacity of communication. We had 2 experts, Chantal Ling-Carpentier and Sophia Murphy, and they were really talking about international trade, the big issues of linked to trade. So we talked about local and talked about global. And we talked about the targets in these 2 directions and 2 dimensions. how we can work locally and how we can be more present globally in terms of biodiversity. In the first part, we tried to avoid traps, yes, subsidies, we can target them, but often these they're not subsidies are linked to the communities where people live. So we can develop practices and sometimes if we just withdraw this without looking at the family issues and the community issues and the economic elements, it can be very dangerous. To this, we have to add the principle of supporting the issues of national debt, power, food safety, incentives linked to socioeconomic objectives in general. So we have to look at the whole picture. We have to be somewhat understanding, to open up our reflection, to respect farmers that are in the front line. Also, if we want to have a positive action, what do we have to put in place? Well, there is a chair with 3 legs. We have the state with the power to legislate. We talked about national regulations. Can we have rules whereby we will have products circulating? There are trade issues. We have to legislate these questions, and we have to take the state must be taking all this into account. We have also to include the farmers themselves. We have to hear their voice, and we have to think in terms of international, national subsidies, but also the use of the on the ground. We must integrate all actors in the process to have a good traceability measures and to put in place the real objectives. So it may sound simple like that, but we need a good collaboration at the organizational level, and we need a platform for that, technical inputs, and also platforms in order to discuss. I don't want to get into the technical terms, but our conversation led us to say that we're talking about money. It's in silos. Sometimes we need to step back and to try and see how we can use these subsidies the best way. We want to be favorable to biodiversity, and we also want to have benefits, social and economic objectives that will help us reach biodiversity. Thank you, Jérôme. I didn't think we would actually manage this. Hugo now is the last who will be the reporter for the session on theme 3, who talked about the global approach, mobilizing all the society, linked to what Jérôme has just said. It was facilitated by Jean-Mir and Hugo. Hugo, the floor is yours. You have the clock in front of you. Tremendous responsibility, huh? Thank you again. It was a roundtable that was of great interest because we talked about the enhancement of transversality. We talked about these 2 days about how we should stop working in silos, environment, agriculture, climate change, but there's also the problem of working in silos within the authorities themselves, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Environment, etc. In this roundtable, we talked about the importance of the transversal role of the local authorities, the subnational government, as we call them. They have limited competence, but we looked at that in our roundtable. They work hard to assure many tasks that would break these silos. So we looked at least at 3 aspects clearly established with which local authorities help farmers to maintain and protect the biodiversity. The first aspect was the technical aspect. A second one would be politics, and a third one, which would be economic and trade. Regarding the technical aspect, the question were geared towards training, the development of farms, and transfer of knowledge from a farmer to another, and also new generation. It's also linked to the transition, the support for transition to agriculture, eco-agriculture, and also in the urban context, the protection of biodiversity in cities, which is also possible in gardens and vegetable gardens and other experiences that were mentioned. And another important element was the question of scientific knowledge that must be at the basis of the decisions that are made, and with the idea of experimenting, what means it's a space of experimentation that requires the help of local authorities. We're close to the territory. We are there. We can generate data on the performance of alternative models regarding enhancement of agriculture in general, and other new innovating avenues. Proximity of agriculture and consumers also was important. That's the technical aspect. Political aspect now, it is rather the question of relations between the government with politicians. There was some comments on the difficulty to implement the law, because the laws are not always adapted to the territory, and it causes a lot of problems because there are some competencies that are administrative that go beyond this territorial authority. So there's an imposition from higher up of certain policies. So we want to be able to influence politics because they are narratives that are not shared by the local authorities. For example, the narrative feed the world, or the use of climate change to sell new products or new technologies that are not necessarily quite useful to mitigate climate change effects. And also the economic and trade issues, we're referring rather to the distribution channels with the help of local governments. We need a proximity link with the farmers, and we want to create added value, because when we have local product, organic product made by proximity farmers, respectful of the environment, how can we give economic value to this added value? And here we have interesting question with a lot of examples. But I want to say is that the use, we have to see the consumer as an actor that can influence political decisions and commercial decisions towards the protection of biodiversity. We don't talk about this very much. How can we involve the consumers? I think it is quite important. And also circular economy, measures on urban agriculture, and finally, the idea of transversality, as I have said at the beginning, transversality regarding the role that can play administrative authorities to conciliate policies that are normally isolated in silos. Thank you, Hugo. I would like you please to congratulate all the rapporteurs. They have done a tremendous work in very short notice. I have 50 seconds to thank you all for your participation in the discussions and all the sessions. We wait for you tomorrow morning for a last session of discussion. I free you now, and I'm going to see you tomorrow morning.